Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most thrilling spectacle in the world of Free Fire. It's the MCPS Majors Season 6, and we find ourselves at the midway point of this incredible league stage journey. The script has been flipped, and the group stage has been thrown a core curveball, as we often see. At your service, I am Neptune the Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is my brother, the Mustachio AJ.
It's going to be a hot day, Neptune. It's a much shorter circuit this time round. To hear you say we're already at the halfway point just confuses the heck out of me, right? Because this has been the shortest league run that we've had in, I think since the inception of MCP Majors. We have only 4 days of group stages. 2 are concluded already. We've got 2 more today as well as tomorrow, after which only the top 12 will remain. And they will be playing through 3 days of playoffs, because only one team gets to fight for the next stage. That's the Free Fire World Series, the biggest stage on the world of Free Fire.
And that makes it interesting and devastating as well for those able to make it, because they only have 4 days to catch up in the top 12. And that's one reason as well why a lot of teams really catapulted themselves from day number 1. By the end of day number 2, they're already on the first half of our leaderboard. And it's not easy to do, but I guess these are the veteran teams that we have seen so many times. Let's check out the tournament format so that we'll have a visual view on what we are talking about. 2 days for the first week of the league stages. We have 6 teams from each group, 3 groups in total, and the same goes for the second one that is at the bottom of your screen. Before we step in on the grand finals, where we have the top 12 teams that will be stepping in. That is 3 days of grand finals for you guys, and it brings a lot of excitement though, because the grand finals is being stretched.
There are 2 groups of boxes there for the first week and second week, mainly because the main impact here is the reshuffles, bro. So we've got a regroup here. Now it's going to be Farang, AV Radicals, Tot Dalang, D-Illusion, Guerrilla X, as well as SL Riders within Group A, which is going to torture the Sri Lankans a little bit more, since you're going to have a hungry team like Farang, who's currently dominating the top of the leaderboard, as well as AV Radicals, who should be looking for the correction play this time round to make it through to the playoffs. Group B, you've got the other set of Filipinos who have been doing fantastically well thus far. Ilustrados Juegos, followed by Geek Fam from Malaysia, Expand, Axis Esports, A Esports, as well as No Life. From Group B here, the highlight has to be Geek Fam, Neptune. I mean, we saw a horrendous day 1, and day 2, they just lived up to their old brand's fame.
And this is the reason why a lot of teams have been catching up on those numbers, because you also want to grab all those moolah for your team. And this is just the league stage prize pool that we're talking about. And the higher you get, the higher you will receive. And as you look, it doesn't show that much compared to the first place right there, from the 9th up until the 18th. So you really want to be on the first page of that leaderboard. And going back to the groups right now, some of the teams has retained their groups, and specifically it is Tok Dalang who stayed in Group A. Group B retained Ilustrados Juegos as well as AE Sports, and Group C has retained Who's Next as well as Todak. So let's see if those retention will give them the advantage, because it's not only the elimination that they need to work on, they also need to work in onto the ranks, because this is the point system that they have. We have 12 on the first place, and it goes down to 9 all throughout to 1 if you reach that 10th place, and nothing for 11 and 12.
Absolutely, every single elimination does give you 1 point though. So if you are going to be dropping out early in the lobby, you better best be having a couple of those engagements go your way early in the matchup. That will be the only forgivable method. As mentioned earlier on, Farang dominating the table at the moment, 123 points in that number 1 spot. Ilustrados Juegos as well as Visionaries pushed down to the 2nd and 3rd place, with the rise of Farang with 118 as well as 108.
Yep, and Geek Fam in there as well has catapulted themselves from the 17th, now on number 5 after day number 2. And some of the teams really need to do the same, but we cannot fit everyone on the first page, but just at least they put in a fight so that they can reach, increase their numbers little by little, so that they can secure their top 12, because that is where our action as well as a lot of the prize pool will be coming from.
I mean, if you are one of the teams that are in the bottom of the leaderboard, the final 6 teams here, you're going to be hustling today. You want to pull a Geek Fam from day 2 of the group stage. You want to climb up, and the way you climb, you want to make sure you guarantee a spot in the grand finals. Because, dude, this kind of a situation we used to get only in week number 3, week number 4, but this is week 2 and we are already turning up the heat. But I kind of like this, right? Because although we are having the adjustment of the format at the Free Fire World Series, which has become a little bit more kinder in the opportunities to allow teams to play in the grand finals, we are making it a little bit more stricter for the qualifiers in itself. So you have to keep up that pressure. You have to be able to deliver, which means our World Series is just going to be extremely hot, bro, with the action.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're really putting out the teams in there who have adjusted with the times and also the changes that we've seen so far. Lesser league stage and a hotter grand finals, and we're about to see by the end of this tournament. And that is what we really want to put in once they step in the world stage. And like, done are the days wherein the teams are comfortable enough in just being the champions of MCPS. They want to see that the challenge. We want to see that fight from them once they jump in on the world stage.
All 5 maps are going to be played. The final one will be absolutely random. Cannot wait for that. And we do know that not all teams have managed to find that full mastery on each and every single map. They do have their own preferred maps where, you know, it's just their comfort zone. It is just the way they play on the map. And I think it's a confidence thing. But of course, they might think otherwise, right? But based on my experience, not just from the world of Free Fire, through many other titles, through many other games thus far, Neptune, confidence is one of the main factors, because that's going to really impact a lot of things within the gameplay. It's going to impact how you communicate with the other players out there, as well as how you communicate with your own team members. Communication is going to be key, because we've seen some teams kind of go in there for the drop, spreading all over the map. As it is, they're already suffering in the gunfights. And when you do that, you kind of reduce your impact within the matches by a little bit more. You throw on a lot of burden to the rest of your team members who have to play the revival.
Exactly. And one thing's for sure, especially for those who played Battle Royale, the moment you jump off on the plane, communication starts, spotting everyone who's dropping in the area near where you intended to, and that is where you find your initial plan. Though you have a set of plan already all throughout, but again, the dynamics of Battle Royale is you don't know where the first stage is, you don't know where the flight path is, you might know where you're going to drop, but you don't know who's going to drop with you. So it makes it difficult. Thus, you need to have that constant communication so that you would know where you are and where your teammates are, just in case you want to exit or go for an entry frag against an opposing team once you are prepared. But a lot of factors just for the first few minutes, a lot more will be happening once you move up towards the end of the game.
I do agree with you, man. And I think, you know, the communication, of course, a great big factor there that we have seen play to the advantage of some teams already. Like, we see teams like Farang who have been very proficient at this. The way they group up and the way they stick together, you have to have that hot communication, right? Because they're anticipating all of those ambushes together as a squad. They're able to cover each other. They know those angles to work around with. Because if you're just going to be playing your own individual gameplay, this is where you're going to have a little bit of a problem. Now, I kind of saw signs of those gameplays coming through from teams like AV Radicals as well as Expand, which was quite surprising. This is from week number 1, right? We only had 2 days of play once again, but I'm expecting to see a much more tighter gameplay this time around. I mean, Expand at the very least is in that 8th spot. AV Radicals, they could have shown up a little bit stronger. They do take the 6th, a little bit of a better position, but I think overall game style gives me the confidence that Expand should be able to whip up something good today.
Yeah, I mean, from the previous season, Expand has taken the championship, and they have plenty to play with in terms of the league stage, but being in there in the second half, or being in there on 8th spot is really not working for them. The same goes, as you mentioned, AV Radicals. They came from the 13th spot before we ended that day number 2. And again, like, it's mind-blowing that when we thought these teams will be showing up because of the experience they have on the world stage, it is like nothing when day number 1 happened. And some things who are in here just new, if I'm not mistaken, it was AE Sports, and as well as Team Badut, who really brought on the fire from that day number 1. So hopefully that the fire doesn't die, and the same goes. Hopefully it will be lit by the other teams, because we want to see an exciting end by the end of the league stage.
And for AV Radicals, the crash started all in FFSI, right? We saw the C Invitationals. We saw them being so, sorry, not FFSI, the previous MCPs. We saw them being so confident within the group stages in itself, and they were on a high fragging run. But there was just that one community event where there was a skirmish between the players of AV Radicals and who they were back then as Sem9, the current Geek Fam, Sem9. Wait, is the current Geek Fam? They've had so many changes, man.
Current Toda.
The current Toda, yeah, okay. So the Sem9 back then, okay, they were tickled by a couple of body shots. And right after that community engagement, they brought that vengeance right back into MCPS. And they hunted down AV Radicals map after map. Because you know for a fact, it is very easy to find AV Radicals. You look for that blue circle, you're going to find the Filipinos right there. And Sem9 knew this, man. They went back to back. And Sem9 wasn't even performing well in the competition. They just were gunning for AV Radicals. How dare? I mean, it's such a childish thing to do, but it was so entertaining to watch, because that shook AV Radicals. And it shook them so much that we saw their performance in the finals just take a super dip. And they have not recovered since then. And I have to say, once again, this is a confidence factor, right? I mean, communications and all aside, if you take a blow to your confidence and you feel like you can't measure up to a certain team, you're not going to go into the gunfight with the kind of bravado you do need to step into a battle with, you know. I think AV Radicals used to have it, which has now been overtaken by Ilustrados. They are showing it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, Ilustrados Juegos in there. Previously, the best team in the Philippines, SAF, as they are represented. They are showing up this time around. This is one thing that we didn't see from the other MCPS and MCPs that we had from the past. When they died down, that's where AV Radicals really pop off. But again, it shouldn't be the case wherein the inconsistency will be happening, because so far it's the same team all over. It's the same set of maps where there are a few additions, but the gameplay should be the same. And going back to communication, your chemistry, and your mechanical skills, that's the basic factor that can bring your team to a different height. Unless you're adding it a lot, like emotion, and as you mentioned, like the loss from one game at some point goes back to when you're having a great time and then you make a mistake. You just focus on the mistake and forget all the great times that you had.
Yeah, and you know, I think that's just life, bro. There have been many a times where I have gone to work and something happens in life. You carry that stress to work. You just don't put on a good performance. And my job, your job right now, it needs us to speak for endless number of hours. And the magic just doesn't happen when you're stressed up, you're thinking about other stuff, right? The magic happens when you're in that moment, really enjoying the games, really letting it flow. And it's the exact same thing out there as well. You can have mechanical skills. I mean, every single team, I'm damn sure, I'm hella sure, they play Free Fire every day. They're grinding every day. They play for this moment, right? But when it comes to the moment, sometimes their minds are elsewhere. And I think that's something that really needs to be changed, right? They're thinking of what could happen. AV Radicals, the example has to be pulled up again. They're thinking, what could happen this time? Sem9's really gunning for us. They've been able to win out so many gunfights. And you see that being able to affect them, because it makes absolutely no sense if within one competition itself, your performance can drop so drastically, because there was no meta changes. I mean, if you tell me from the previous MCP to now, the meta definitely did get tweaked a little bit. I understand that's with character skills and all, but within one competition itself, Neptune, so these are the kinds of things that can be very easily overcome if you've got a coach.
Exactly. And then when we talk about coach, it's not about all the gameplays that we are seeing. It's also about how to handle all those things that we talk about. So let's see if the heated battle will be handled before the game starts in the green grass of Bermuda, the OG map for Free Fire. And we've seen a lot of rise of the team. When we thought that Farang has been only best in Kalahari, this is where they really pop off. Let's see if that continues on in this game.
And this is so typical Farang, right? Because they were so annoyed that Kalahari got removed. They took a little while to readjust, and now they've taken control of their place at Bermuda. And unfortunately, that has also led to a dip in performance back at Kalahari. They've only managed to pick up 15 for themselves thus far. Fingers crossed we see more from Farang later on, because it's going to be one of those instrumental maps. You don't want Kalahari to be pulled out twice, one on, of course, the scheduled matchup, as well as on the random map. And then you really suffer, and teams like, you're looking at Illustrados who do really well there. You're looking at teams like GeekFam who were tremendous thus far. 48 points on Kalahari. I mean, they are killing it, bro.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one thing that really surprised a lot of teams, especially for those who are tracking their improvement as well as their game style all throughout all the competition. But let's check out right now. It's a battle, no life, and a chance to lose all their lives right now as they face off against A Esports. Is this the A game that they have to bring in? Yes, it is. And no life, really. Left out with no life, leaving and going back to the lobby.
I told them from day one, you go ahead and you change your name. You cannot do this to yourselves. Give yourselves a powerful name, grow into your name, baby. Don't call yourselves No Life. Not even, that's like some negativity stuff, man. I hope it's not a big brand. They're gonna be like, Mustacho, what? No, I'm serious, No Life. You might want to rethink this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's bringing... And we're talking about like things that you already put in a brand. You put it in paper, you've written it down, you're representing it, and you will live that. Well, you will live that because it's no life. So let's see.
I mean, ask and you shall receive, right? You ask for no life. What? You can't expect life, bro. You gotta live it all the way through. X-Roy out in the open. This time under the banner of Axis, no longer expand. Ooh. I mean, I'm a little sad. I'm a little sad to see X-Roy on the side of Axis, I have to say, because the lineup of Expand was looking really hot with him. But let's see what the guy can achieve under Axis, because they have been on quite the roll, at least on day one. We saw a little bit of a dip in performance on day two, though.
Yeah, they were able to make it to top 11 by the end of the first week. And I guess this is where we're going to see that aggressiveness of Axis Esports as they want to catch up. When, as we can see, X-Roy right now really rushes in there, takes down God Fiza, and not only that, Yan is waiting for them. But it's a good thing he made a U-turn, backed off, and asked for assistance, because that was two members from Gorilla X waiting for him.
X-Roy was definitely one of the Supreme Slayers that Expand had. I'm pretty sure one of the storylines would have gone somewhere along the lines of, I can frag, what are you guys doing within the squad? Step up your gameplay, right? So this is now going to be an ego challenge thing. At the end of the day, it's going to play at the back of your minds. Who's going to be on the top? Is it going to be Expand, or is it going to be Axis? And clearly, X-Roy, he's performing tremendously well on the side of Axis. Expand, on the other hand, don't have all of the numbers to show for it just yet. Fingers crossed, we do see that later. Return from up top, a Raimiel from down below. We'll find Ashura through the glue wall. Faiz does get stacked up. Ryu has got those buildings to block him out, and this is going to be too bad for too bad. Retus misses the opportunity. M1897 has to go for the reload and jumps right out. Mechanical place, get him the knock.
And there you have it. The hit coming from Ritus right now, the shooter himself in reverse. And let's see if he'll be able to do so. Return, aka Barba, if I'm not mistaken, will try to give him the backup, and Tanamo will be in here, and the pinch goes on. There goes the rush, but the door saves him. And Faiz, though, has been taken down by Return. It's just a distraction, though, if in case one plan doesn't go, you have a backup, and that is Return for you. Now, it is now the aggressiveness of AV Radicals that we are seeing. The Radical team, they got a radical gameplay that we love to see.
Hey man, Tok Dalang on the other hand will find a couple of recoveries here in Bad as well as Ashura. They were bought back in the vending machine. I guess Ryu was too broke to buy Faiz back as well. We'll have to see if he can earn some money in a little bit later on. Gorilla X on the other hand, on the lower ground. And the range that they are facing up against their opponents here, just too much, I believe, for their current weapon set. Nobody's carrying that AWM in hand.
Yeah,
the snipers are going to do them a little bit more of a favor to find those heads from a range like that. So I believe best course of action here should be to retreat. They don't have a lot of ground to work with.
Yeah, they need to move as well, because in a bit, the zone will be closing in, and we're going to see the shadow of stage 2. But as you can see right now, we have Lei who's trying to shoot him down. And with those shots that we've seen earlier from Gorilla X, it really exposes their position. But speaking of position, we have one team right now who are on the docks and they need to move. This is SL Riders right now.
Dude, look at this. Illustrados chasing bad outside the circle. Ryu is already beside SLR. SLR is just trying to avoid everybody else. They're like, don't bring the shit to us, man. What are you guys doing? This is a calamity approaching the Sri Lankans, and it is all being brought upon them by Tok Dalang. If Tok Dalang get away from this, the Sri Lankans get caught outside. It's going to be Illustrados picking up 3 points here, baby. And the Gorilla X squad as well, catching themselves a couple of prey. But can this be turned around? Double glue wall melters will be laid out first by Soraya in a 1v2 though. Mini Uzi in hand, going up against the Mac-10. Dynamo has the advantage.
And let's see if Dynamo will be able to go for the hit. As backup is in here, Yan will try to go and move up. Soraya is also in the waiting. There goes Yan! Going down, Dynamo for the hit, but managed to survive his Soraya, but not for long as Godfrey's goes in for the flank. The shot by Dynamo misses the other guy, and he goes down.
Oh, beautiful shots. The glue wall came up, but the angle was just a tad bit off. Beautiful sprays comes on through. Hayes as well as Godfrey's gonna just look for that recovery. Hayes like, I am out of here. Kenshin's gonna bleed out, and he's gonna play their game of recovery. The circle's not going to hurt him all that too much, as Ace will find the finisher onto Kenshin as well. Free loot for the guy as they set this up for the next circle. Circle number 2 is not going to hurt all that too much, but you know what is going to hurt? X-Roy as he approaches AV Radicals.
X-Roy right now on quite a higher ground, but a shot right now coming from return, bringing Exact down. Now here comes the rush. It's Access Esports with one guy that has been taken down. They are so bold to crash in onto this party, and Redus has been taken down. Return has nothing to do at this point. No, he had the high ground because he is bleeding out as well. Dynamo and Raymiel are the 2 guys remaining against 3 coming from Axis, and let's see on what he can do.
Dude, this is the rematch, bro. This time it's going to be Axis fighting Dynamo. It will be courtesy of X-Roy. And the statement of I am great, I am a slayer still holds true. But Raymiel still alive and kicking. Man 04 on the search. AWM should be able to keep Raymiel in a pleasant enough position. Now, Ritus as well as Return are not going to be in too much of trouble as they are brought back. Dynamo, on the other hand, will need to be repurchased in here. 1 more UAV sent out. He will check out the players of Axis so he knows what to avoid.
Yeah, well, let's see if he'll be able to avoid all throughout Axis. Raina's shots coming from Phoenix will hit him a little bit, hurt him as much if Exact moves in that quickly. But I think Exact had a different thing in mind. He wants to regroup before he goes for the approach. Unknowingly, they have already Ritus and Return on the outside of this zone. Farang, on the other hand, has kept themselves silent, but they heard the sounds and the footsteps of AE Sports. Let's see if this is the first point they will get in this match.
Jumble through the pillars. Just a little bit of free fire physics for you guys. It works. Spade, on the other hand, grenade launcher, game changer. Stay alive, Spade. You are going to be the tie turner. Spots 1 player on the cross. The first one does not connect, has got to retreat here, but straight up flush coming on through. Jembal, brave shot, but he puts himself in a lot of trouble there. Multiple glue walls will be erected as Jembal, really low on HP, finds the recovery, but all thanks to a grenade in C. Jembal just played that way too aggressive, and this is going to trouble them a tad bit. Jespo, on the other hand, he's going to be the backup for the squad. He circles around. Can he find one for him as Spade connects with Adam AE? They just picked the wrong opponents.
Yep, and well, Farron right now has already taken 3 points in that battle. One more guy managed to survive that battle, and well, we're left with 10 teams in this game. Now, we are about to see in a bit who's going to move in as well. In the minimap, there's a little bit of sight of another team, and as they recover, Farang might be in another battle. Disillusion, though, or the illusion will be a moving, dropping in, but Dynamo has something in mind to bring them down once again.
Oh, Kenshin down on the ground. Dynamo, great sprays out of the AUG. 2 players right behind him, so he just needs to be a little careful here. He does have the flank and the Tatsuya burst. And that gives him a little bit of space. Raz, on the other hand, Bison from the back. He doesn't turn around on the 180, pulls up the glue wall, but the spinster comes on through. Great maneuver by DL to capture the rusher. But now Hayes and Godfreezer, they have arrived already with the backup. It's going to be Ice Grenade, but Raz brings out his own Tatsuya. Beautiful pop to just find a circle around Godfreezer. Down, traded out by Hayes. He's got the M1014. One more for him. Shotgun for the sprays. Has got the Bison as well. And Hayes gets it for the squad. What a play, Gorilla Axe.
What a play indeed. I mean, double shotgun gameplay coming from him. Just take down 2. And I would say from that gameplay, that is a clutch. But the illusion still in trouble because one guy is down and Spade just hit him with a grenade launcher. Farang gets their 4 points.
I mean, it's just the food chain, sir. Unfortunate. We can't do much about it. You can't lag behind. Speaking of lagging behind, Gorilla X just too far away from this next circle.
Yep, and they need to cross Bima Sakadi strip and across expand as well. But as we can see, there's battles happening. AV Radicals as well as Ilustrados Huegos with the 2 remaining members right here. And one of the 2 remaining members who is returned stepping into compound that Ilustrados Huegos has taken already. And next to them is Tok Dalang. So just in case any noise will be happening, it might be a prompt for return to get away, or he might be the one gunned down as Tanamo is the one being taken down by Axis. And we can see that they are in fire, but X-Row has been taken down, bleeding out, and we're left with 2.
At that one side of the circle now, I did see a player from SLR take a knock onto Axis, so they have to be somewhere here. Yep, they are on the bridge, on the cross. They are going to be the threat, so Axis in a lot of trouble. AV Radicals might just have a breath of fresh new air here in a little bit, but the revival is there for Axis. They're rich enough to buy back the 2 players who did get downed and outed, so advantage once again to Axis.
Well, let's see if Tanamo fly high, butterfly into the hands of SL Riders.
Wow.
Get past them. And, well, that plan is to go into return, but it is Eklog who has bursted an egg on his team, this player of AV Radicals.
6 shots, bro. Thank you for landing. Thank you for the point, they say. Ilustrados Huegos taking every single opportunity that comes their way. Shanks shuts him down. Josh manages to get another knock for himself as well. I like it. The Sri Lankans getting to the circle. Boy, bro. This is a different play, all right? This is a different play out of Sri Lanka this time around. They've got a good option here, but they need to move into deeper space of this next circle because they are going to be encircled by 2 threatening squads. I believe it's going to be Axis as well as another team, but Axel just shutting down the final guy out of Gorilla X.
And on his mind, when we thought that he's about to survive, the vehicle explodes on him. The Axel, though, is being gunned down. Is Geek Fam that will shoot him down, but unknowingly, we have the 3 backed up quickly as that rushing in, but they are being rained and fire and glue wall melters as well.
Yep, double glue wall melters make that a triple, but those glue walls still keep coming up. Here comes the rush finally. Trogon in the hands of Yasta. Axel in trouble, and he does get him. And now they've barricaded themselves in. A good opportunity for those grenades to do their work. Crime MKS from the side of Expand, and he does get the first M1014 in hand as well. Cobra circling around. Now if this snake catches you, you cannot escape. Hazik, can he get away? Answer is no. He gets put down onto the ground as well. And too fast. They wipe the floor with Geek Fam. What a play, Expand.
It only they only need one the Axel down to fire up Expand, but who is going in for the battle? The coin has been inserted and the new challenger has come. Parang is now in fight.
Cobra getting tagged up. Too fast as well as Crime MKS finding a little bit of cover here. They can use that antenna tower, but Cobra out in the open. Can he get a little bit of a lifeline here? Nobody else to interfere. Expand in a lot of trouble. Axis Esports have got their own trouble to deal with on the opposite side of the map. Cobra, what a maneuver! Great glue walls. Can find the access. Tries to stop Jembal as well, but the Groza in the hands of Jembal just a little bit too good, bro. Here comes the glue wall melters as well. Jembal gonna be pressured. Fi's backing him up. Grenade out of Spade. This is gonna be deadly, and it reaches. It's a cluster. Crime MKS taking care of Axis at the same time. Expand. Can they still survive this?
Expand doing a multitasking deal right now. 2 heading in on the battle with Farang, and we have Crime in there doing crime that he is doing from the other team who is around them. But the battle continues on that side as Axis and SLR face off under bridge. Exploit will be brought down by the Sheila and eliminated in this match. Complete squad though, covering themselves in the glue wall. They might be jumping in a bit, but Farang is putting a lot of bullets on them.
Oh, absolutely, man. Farang sticking their noses where it doesn't belong, and Expand can take advantage, but Sri Lanka still need to focus on Axis Esports. Jesbu from afar, and he continues to tease them. Tilesh getting tagged up a tad bit. Illustrados Luegos finds their final player out of the equation, all thanks to Axis. A response comes through. I didn't see that knock, but Jesbu down on the ground. Finally, Axis starting off on all of those grenades, throwing up those clusters. Glue walls get taken down. Josh down just behind them. He's their top player. They can't save him. Tamash tries for it. Can he survive this though? No, he can't!
See. Oh my goodness, they are the ones in the bitter end of the stick right now. Axis did a great job in there, just turning the corner under the bridge as they step into the zone. First, Flash will try to move in, but no! He has been disabled by the blue. Now we are left with 3 teams right now. Farang, who's in battle earlier. Jesbu has been taken down and needs to respond, but it is Expand they need to take out first before the battle continues on the other side. And Farang does so. Expand is out. 2 teams remaining, and let's see who wins.
Once again, the comparison between Expand as well as Axis Esports will go ahead to continue. Here is Axis. A little bit of luck on their side as well, but they handle the battle against the Sri Lankans so well. Beautiful timing. That is just going to clip the shoulder. No headshot just yet. It could have put the player down on the ground. Phoenix taking that grenade out. Has got the Groza in hand as well. We get to it. The 3-screen split. Exact needs to watch his right. Here comes Jemba. Backstab. Man 4 down. As Jembu brings out the Drogon. They go in for the circle. 5 seizing Phoenix. It is a 4v2. 1 more goes down, and it's all over. Farang dominates the first lobby.
Farang indeed secures the #1 spot right now for the Booyah in this game. And love that final moment when they know that it's already 2. They just went in on a 1v2 on either side and just secures all those eliminations. But before that, I love how they are trying to focus on one team. And once they let go of Expand, they go and head to put their cross sights on SL Riders. It's not just doing 2 things at the same time. They know that Expand is just waiting and recovering, but they understand as well that it's just the timing that they need to focus on, and that's what they did to win.
Bro, that was such a beautiful game, man. I loved that match from the start to the end. I mean, we can skip the first part. This one was slow. But when we reached that halfway point, especially that final circle, first of all, SL Riders, props to them. They woke up, okay? They got to that final circle. They were giving us gunfights that they were winning. Josh was on point. Tashila taking a couple of knocks as well. Great stuff overall from the Sri Lankans. But it is a learning process. It is step by step. They're doing better every day. But it's just not their best play just yet. I know we can expect a little bit more. The movement out of that final circle, the movement out of the bridge should have been a little bit more aggressive. They had the advantage from that higher ground. I don't know if it was an issue with the lack of lethals, the grenades to play with, or they just were too scared to engage with Axis Esports, but they should have. You needed to have gone all out there, because when the circle started putting on the pressure and they were already in a situation that they had to take on 2 teams on the higher ground, it was just unfortunate decision making, but still overall great stuff from them. And you have to respect Farang as well, because the fact that they stopped the fight with Expand and retreated kept them alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, if that continues on, they will not be able to recover. They are also in the sights of Axis earlier. We saw some shots coming from them, but this is the final moment, really, where we saw all those engagement. But rewind back a little bit. This is where we saw Axis move from the left of the axis or off the bridge and went under, and then later on just pristine timing for them to move up ahead of SL Riders, just beating them to it into the zone and ends up on the top 3.
Yeah, and that was brilliant moves out of Axis, a missed opportunity for SL Riders. Once again, they had the high ground advantage. Axis just using the bridge maneuver so well. Grenades lob it up towards the top, instant damage. And you got to see the genius out of Farang as well. Farang initially engaging heavy with Expand, couldn't find those trades, couldn't find those knocks. And then they knew, okay, whoever this is in front of us, we haven't gotten a knock out of them yet, but they are good at their gunfights. Let's cool off us because we need another element to interfere. And there were teams on the opposite side. And Farang were at the advantage, but they just wanted a more secure kill. So therefore they wait. And the moment Axis started rotating in, the circle was closing in, Expand started looking behind, they have to eliminate this threat. And Farang jumps in for that key moment to go in for the flush. Such a beautiful game of Free Fire. I'm so happy to see this level already at the group stage. I can't wait to see what they can do later on at the playoffs. And Farang's back, bro. Farang is finally back.
And this might be the chance for them to take back another of the championship and representation as well.
Yeah.
Back to Season 3, they're the champions. And as mentioned from day number 1 of this competition, none of the teams who've stepped in on the championship has taken a double take. So Geek Fam, Blacklist International, Farang, AV Radicals, and Expand, just going one at a time. And this is where we'll look for that team to get the double. And once they represent themselves in the world stage, the experience can bring them a lot more in that battle.
Here's just me, just being me. What if we have, for the 6th MCPS, a totally new champion? Not one of the 5 at all. And then this new team that has never gone to the world stage before goes to the world stage and shows all of these other players that, dude, this is what you could have done. I think it'll be a great story. How realistic that story is, we'll still need to wait and see, okay? Because, I mean, I want to get excited for where Farang is right now, with what Farang is doing. But I've seen this before. I've seen the same plot before, my friend. Okay, the group stage means nothing for the grand finals performance. And most of the time, we see a dip in performance when it comes from the groups leading on into the finals, and not necessarily because the team loses the momentum, because some of the other teams just wake up during the finals. They just wake up.
Exactly, because we can see, even from the start of the day, we had an assumption that some of the teams, especially for the veterans, have had a decline in their performance.
Yeah.
But once they are in there putting the clutch on those moments wherein they can take over the reins in the first part of that leaderboard, they do so.
Yes.
So we understand that they might have been having strats in the earlier on, and just putting it up a little bit early because we only have 4 days of the league stage. So compared to the previous seasons that we have, right, and there's plenty of time to hide and slowly build that momentum, and towards the end, we're the number 1. Right now, we're seeing all those changes, all those movement from all the team, and let's see if that is the case, because the target right now, league stages, is just the top 12, and that's the grand finals wherein they need to pop off. But who popped off in that battle? It's Jumbo right now with 4 elimination as the MVP, and that brings us the team MVP as well, which is Farang.
I mean, lethal stuff out of Farang for sure. 12 eliminations for a total of 24 points. Not record-breaking for sure, but it was a phenomenal performance out there. It was all down to the decision-making, and we have seen Farang make some terrible decisions in the past, and I am seeing all of that just slowly dissolve. You don't see that anymore. You're just seeing great strategies, great approaches to each and every single circle. They have brought in the kind of consistency that is worthy of being called champions, but of course not there just yet. Axis Esports once again outshining Expand, but Expand doing so much better than last week for sure. This time round, Axis with a 22, very aggressive, 13 eliminations, the most within the lobby.
Yeah, as L Riders in there tying it up with Ilustrados Juegos, really moving up little by little. Apart from the placement, they also have good number of elimination. And the same goes for Gorilla X. They had, if I'm mistaken, they already have their Booyah, but it doesn't translate after that fact. And it's only now that they're slowly building up that momentum, and probably from the 13th spot, they might be able to move up to the top 12. But one thing that really amazes me is AE Sports, no placement point, but they managed to get that 4 elimination, thus they doesn't end it with a zilch.
I mean, that's exactly what we were talking about when we were talking about the the formatting for the points as well, right? If you're going to be at the very bottom in terms of placement points, you hella make sure you pick up those eliminations first and go out like a champion, and they did exactly that. But of course, we don't want to see too many of those types of rounds. I mean, I want to highlight SL Riders one more time, because this team has definitely woken up. I think we were looking for many more games just like this, right? I think the factor is they are struggling a little bit in their gunfights. They are a little nervous to approach a lot of these situations because they don't want to get into a battle. Getting into a battle early has proven to be one of the things that has been torturing the performance of the squad thus far. Finding that final circle, on the other hand, has been the mission. This has been one of those few instances where we see them achieving that goal for themselves. If they can remain consistent with this approach, I think we're going to see Sri Lanka in the finals. I think we're going to see them.
Exactly. That's one thing that we want to see. Again, that's a great motivation for Sri Lanka. They might be one for this season, but the next time, if they step into the grand finals, a lot of players out there will be motivated to jump in, to step into the qualifiers, and we might not just be seeing the Malaysia and the Philippines in the grand finals. A lot more, even Cambodia will be joining us in here. So a lot of teams have that potential, and it's just a process for SL Riders. You mentioned already that the target, the mission is to get into the zone. Once that's done, once that has been like easily achieved, then you can focus more on getting a lot more elimination. The combination of both can get you to that to higher grounds on the overall rankings, thus higher spot as well once they step in, if they step in onto the grand finals.
I mean, before Usain Bolt was the thing, nobody knew that human beings could run that fast. The moment he broke the record, other people were breaking his record, bro. That's just how the world works, and that's how it's going to work for Sri Lanka as well. If they can make it to the grand finals, they will inspire many more. They will even impress and inspire themselves to do even better, because then they're going to start assessing, okay, we could get here, but we couldn't really pull much from here. What do we have to do? Go back, focus on that, put in the hours, put in the effort, come back here again. We are not going to stop these MCPS. We are going to run these, season after season. Come back here again and show us that improvement. And that's exactly what we've been demanding out of so many teams that have done exactly that. Teams like Ilustrados, teams like AV Radicals, who've made the Philippines proud by going to their very first World Series. I mean, beauty that, right? Winning out their very first MCPS as well. Those are just huge achievements that's available for anyone that puts in the effort. And clearly, one of those teams that have been truly exemplary thus far in terms of performance has been Farang.
Yeah, exactly. Farang has motivated a lot, and not only in terms of which region will be representing this our region for the world stage, but also on what gameplay can be done. Because as we mentioned earlier from the start of the game, they were well known in Kalahari. But now, since that was taken out from the previous season, we just have to deal with what we have. And this is Bermuda right now. They still show it as of today. And I think a lot more later on different maps. It might not be that #1 spot, but it will be higher because they are just aiming for improvement match after match.
I mean, I think we said it at the start of the day, and consistency is key. And as long as they keep hitting that same note, we're going to be talking about the same thing. They dominated Bermuda at the start of the day. They end up being the most dominating team on Bermuda as of right now. They have 60 points collected on Bermuda. The team that is second best on Bermuda has got 30 points. They've got double of what any other team in MCPS right now has on Bermuda. I think it's safe to say that Farang, they are the kings of Bermuda of MCPS for sure. But, once again, we need to see this from the other maps. Kalahari has been torturing them. If we get a double Kalahari and we see the same sort of consistency of, not being able to reach up for the top, we're going to have a tad bit of problems, which is good in a way, because it opens up the leaderboard. It gives the opportunity for the other teams to keep this alive without allowing one team to just run away with it.
Yep, and let's see if a different team will be able to run away with it, or will it still be Farang as we drop into purgatory? Neither heaven or hell will decide who will take the win, and it is based on their experience, mechanical skills, and their strategy to do so.
It is all about what you want for yourself from this lobby. It is all about getting to that goal. Can the teams at the bottom fight their way out of absolute destruction? They can't wait for tomorrow. They can't put it off to that last minute. I mean, unless you've got ADHD like me, you can try to strive on that for a bit. But I tell you, life gets stressful when you do, bro.
Exactly. I mean, cramming and all, and not referring to cram that we both know, but we're the cramming and all can really change the thing, offset the strategy that you often have. But for those of you guys who doesn't know, the team of the Group B will be taken out of this match. We're now looking at Group A and Group C in this mix. So it's Venezuela, Geek Fam, Expand Axis, AE Sports, as well as No Life will not be playing, and they will replace by Visionaries, TB, FRU, Freedom Rumble, Tactical Intex, Who's Next, and TDK. But the battle has already happened in here. Is FRU Freedom Rumble going against Who's Next, and I guess they are the ones Who's Next that will be taken out.
If Freedom Rumble loses this gunfight, I'm not going to be surprised at all. You know, I brought up the topic where some teams just don't show up during the group stage. They just barely qualify, and then they show up big in the finals. Yeah, this is the team, man. Freedom Rumble used to be known as JPT-NC. And dude, they woke up in the grand finals, right? It's going to be Swen finding Yazid as well. Asta down on the ground. We are about to say hasta la vista to the whole team of Freedom Rumble. Only Nap is alive and kicking. All right. But okay, I was still expecting the camera to come back to us. But no, the team gets dispatched. And who's next? It's literally asking exactly that. Who's next, baby?
Yeah, and that's the way the Freedom crumble.
I love it. 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 Neptune.
I've been waiting for that moment. I know Freedom Rumble is going to win. But I don't have anything for Who's Next, but it's a good thing. I have something from Freedom Rumble.
Oh, you killed it. They just got eliminated, and they gave you the golden opportunity, and you took it like a champ. You took it like a champ. All right, let's see who's next, baby. Like literally. Tok Dalang, Tactical Intex. Both teams haven't found a secure compound to work off a defense here, but Tactical Intex being the next one towards this compound will be the ones who branded the challenges. But Tok Dalang only have got one defender in here, the rest of them outside. So this is going to be a little bit too bad if they can't catch up with each other. Ryu fighting Red Face, though. They turn around. Beautiful 180. Ryu's going to get tagged up. He gets put down onto the ground. Bad, very low on that HP. Backs away. Good blue walls to protect himself. But it will be Fies that gets caught out as Bad steps it up, trading out speeds. It's all up to Ames. Gets the pick up onto Red. It is going to be Ashura and Bad. Ryu and Fies do to get picked up here, and the glue wall barricade keeps them alive for the time being, leaving Bad all alone. And Tok Dalang got served up on a hot platter.
Yeah, Tactical Intex with all the tactics that they have to intake in this game. And we have the Visionaries who just visualize everything and saw what happened in here. Their chance to take this team out. Ace, the one who goes down, and Luffy is the rest. There's no gumma for him right now as he needs to get away.
Oh, Luffy! But you know, man, Luffy always loses the first battle, right? He's the comeback king. You know, he always bounces back, and then the big boss, whoever he is, he gets trumped. So I guess we got to wait for the comeback of Tactical Intex, because we still do have an opportunity through Red Face, unless he gets red in the face as he gets eliminated before he can get to one of these revival platforms. Let's spot out exactly where he is. Where is the guy? Oh, there he is. Okay, Campsite is next. Visionaries are not going to be chasing him. Please don't go to Lumber Mill. You're going to meet the whole country of Sri Lanka there.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're looking at the birth of how Luffy became a hero, because it's Red Face Shanks was in here going to save him. And let's see if SLR will be able to stop him on his heels, because they've been waiting in their lumber mill. That is the nearest of that revival flight, and it's only 2 members. So hopefully Red Face comes prepared. Otherwise, he will be not only dealing with Red Face, but whole body in there, because he will be shut down.
Good stuff out of Dilesh in terms of position that he's holding on to. He can put an end to Tactical Intex. It's going to be an opportunity here for Sri Lanka to grab a free one. The Marsh on the right, Dilesh on the left, and neither one has spotted this guy running straight towards them.
Yeah, And well, hopefully everyone has spotted the giveaway code that we have on left-hand side. Not only that, on left-hand side we have Todak being targeted by AV Radicals. But the noise that is happening right now brings us back to Red Face, who receive a lot of damage. And I guess this is the answer to the question that we have. Why haven't SL Reyes seen them? Well, I guess it's just needs to get closer for them to do so.
Clearly not close enough. They missed the shot and now he's alive. Redface still running away. Tactical Intex given a lifeline here. All thanks to a little bit of a soft attack out of SL Riders. But I'm on board with his gameplay. Just get into the final circle and make me happy. If I see them in the final circle, I'll give them some face.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, they are very, very cautious. They don't want to fall into a trap. This might be a bait tactic that has been pulled out. They need to be ready, and I guess it's not only the vehicle gameplay that they are utilizing in here, but also the flank approach, spotting Red Face out in the open, and there's no backup coming in. Thus, the Sheila will take advantage of that, but the glue wall saves him for a bit, both of them receiving a little bit of damage. The backup, though, a little bit too late, a little bit too slow for him to confirm this elimination, and let's see if Tilesh will be able to do so on that pinch.
This is what the Tamilians will call Savari Sambar gameplay. They have managed to wrap around already, and Redface is pretty much red in the face as he gets cornered. Josh will find it for the squad yet again. And I mean, as long as he's going to take it, I don't mind too much at all. So outside the circle, this one's not going to hurt too much, but the rivalry from the previous season leads on to this one. AB Radicals, you may change your name, but you can't hide from us. They go searching for Team Toda.
You might change your name, you might change your address, but we are here to hunt you down. That is what AB Radicals has to offer in this game. Pretty much one of the action movies that we saw previously. But let's see. I think Todak is receiving or getting a lot of damage into AB Radicals. And one goes down, though, for the hands of Todak. Return, though, is one firing back, and Zen takes it has been taken down. GRX, on the other hand, will sandwich Todak. It is a difficult position for them to survive. It's a good thing AV Radicals just backed off tremendously.
Unfortunate. Traps just couldn't find an accurate shot there. And Toda will be able to get away at the same time as Gorilla X disengages. AV Radicals wants nothing of that. They back away as well. I mean, I think it's a very good way to test the waters, right? Take a couple of shots, see whether or not they re-engage, see whether or not they try to put up a good fight. And if they do, say, hasta la vista, I'll see you later, maybe. Let's not do this right now. I'm trying to survive. 9 more teams. I don't want to take away 1 placement point.
It's like, we can hurt you, but if you hurt us back, we're going to back off. Like, it hurts. You don't want to be taking a lot more of damage after that. And it's a smart move as well, because it's a little bit early into this game. You don't want to lose all those players from your side because of the aggressiveness that you're showing, and as well as the stage of the circle that we have, wherein the revive will not be available from where you're coming from. But as we look at the map right now, AV Radicals, who backed off earlier from the battle, might be meeting who's next, as Ramiel will be coming back. But the problem here is Ramiel doesn't have that much to his name, and he will be coming in here empty-handed. Tanamo has been taken out already, and let's see if Team Bado can continue the aggressiveness that they've shown from the previous week. And this is where we see them not clowning around anymore. They are in here hunting for those numbers, for those elimination. And speaking of hunt, despite of the numbers, it's AV Radicals hunting who's next in this approach.
Question is, do they want to continue the hunt as the circle damages them? It's not going to be making the world of difference, but it still does impact the matchup a tad bit. It's a tad bit distracting as well. And you may deal with 1 squad because you're AV Radicals, but what if somebody just finds you out in the open? Somebody like Toda. Ramiel already making his way in. Tanamo, as he's just been revived, will be dropping in with just a secondary. So in a lot of hot soup if he gets caught out. Toda, they are going to be spotting out these players. They definitely saw them in, and Let's Go finds Ramiel out in the open.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure why Tanamo has not been spotted in there and being rushed, but I guess with his drop in here has pushed the focus onto Ramiel. Thus, Todak took advantage. Todak has a little bit of distance, though, compared to the other teams who surrounding AV Radicals. But let's see on the distance as well. Visionaries will have the high ground. The Illusion, also from Philippines, will be the ones next on the target. And let's see who's going down. It's Lay who goes down first. And Chessman is not letting go of his ADS. He wants more blood. And we know that he can pull it through.
See, this is how you name yourself. Visionaries, and then your playstyle matches your name. You take the high ground, you've got that high ground vision. You've got that bird's eye view to spot out all of these players. You've got one of the best snipers on your side. It makes sense. No life, on the other hand.
But how about the Illusion? Like, because it's...
That's fine, that's fine.
Because at some point, like... At some point, I mistakenly read it as disillusion. So that might be your situation once you go to battle. So let's see
that
if
is true.
that is happening. But what happened recently is who's next? We're the next to be taken down. Again, they need to be specific if you are going to name your team. Who's next is a little bit vague. So don't know if it's who's next on the target list or who's next. You're the ones next to be taken down.
No. I like who's next. You know, it hypes up the moment, you know, like if they rage on, who's next? If they get shut down, then who's next? We are. It's a terrible way. It's a terrible way, depending on how it goes. Chessman out of the open, doesn't get taken down just yet, needs to play the game of revival. AV Radicals, we'll see Farang rushing straight towards them instead. Now, this is going to be a hot one. Visionaries on the other side. Ritus can't escape anymore.
Yep, and it's a good thing Return will be able to make all of those shots, and Farang will be distracted by the sights of Visionaries from afar. But Raiders right now, and they jumped in. No takedown just yet. Let's see how this ends up. There goes the battle of Jumbo. The shotgun brings him down. Still have cover though to loot all those crates, but I don't think Raiders has a lot to be looted, and thus Farang will be moving in that quickly.
I mean, great play by Farang. AV Radicals just spreading out way too wide on the map. And this is what I said, right? You can't have that sort of a formation going along. I understand where they're coming from. They just had those revivals, and you don't really get to play the best of positions, especially when the rest of the team members are outside of the circle playing those revivals. So the newer players will land far away from you. It's just a risk that you take. So don't get into those early engagements. SLR, on the other hand, don't take that advice this time around. They didn't have a choice. Here comes Gorilla Axe. The glue walls don't protect the Sheila, but the Orion will protect the Marsh. He doesn't have any HP to take away from his pull on the 200. I don't think he needed that at that point of time. Timing's just a little bit off for the Orion. Finally has got the Trogon, and it just turns against him. Josh, their sniper, the final one left. Can he do something?
Let's see, but no, SL Riders will be taken down. And, well, Gorilla X from the approach, when they got near to SL Riders, well, this is, again, living up to their name because they were sneaky in there. And the moment that they went in, I mean, that's just an impromptu approach to rush on SL Riders. Let's see if that is the case right now. It's dropping from Farang onto Farang is Todak, and Inoki has been dropped as well. Let's see if they will be able to continue this on. Jespo has been knocked down, and it is now a 3v3 battle, a 2v3 battle, and everyone's going down to 1v2. Will this be a clutch by Fies? We'll have to see.
Beautiful flank. They can execute the pincer here. Fies all alone. Circle's got to pressure him. Traps has got the grenade launcher. 1 pop, 2 pop. The thing connects. And Raja will have to circle on around. They want to play the elimination instead, reviving their own player. Fies has got a lifeline here. He cannot revive the rest of his team anymore. Farang going to be playing for some placement points here.
Yeah, but 6 teams remaining, though we only see 3, and Gorilla X right now on the sides. Now going in onto the other side, the illusion, the Lay, giving the illusion that there's plenty of them, but the truth is Lay's the only one in here. And a team battle, clowning around, fall damage will not be that much. It's a good thing that he was not hurt, and 4 eyes, even 4 eyes, 2 eyes behind his back will not see him, but I think another one did.
I mean, great play by Toda earlier, just running right in front of Farang, surprising the heck out of them, and then shutting them down. I mean, that's the greatest engagement we've seen out there. Very aggressive. And look at this. Hey thought he was the Terminator. I think he asked his big brother to pull a Mangekyo Sharingan, just obscure all of them, throw them into a dream. Thought he could take an easy one, but his big brother wasn't listening, he was taking a nap.
If in case Lei was able to pull off at least 2 in there, confirming those kills, that would be epic. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to go and take it down. Let's see if the takedown will be done right now with remaining 5 teams. Fice has been seen by Todak, and it will be thrown on him, anything that he is using to defend himself.
Oh, Fice now taking damage from the circle as well. Next grenade does not connect, but the glue wall melters will land perfectly. Glue wall doesn't have much time. Fice pulls up yet another low on HP and yet another glue wall just to survive this battle a little bit longer. How long more? Grenade cooked up this time round. Fice eats it up. Just a tag. Doesn't get tickled. Steps on out. Can he get a knock at the very least? The circle pressures him once again, but Traps will be able to trap him using exactly that. 2 more teams left in here as Farang, actually 3, as the team of Team Badut is still alive. We haven't seen much of them today.
Yeah, they slow down their pace compared to what we've seen for week number 1, but there's a slowdown as well on the side of Todak. Gorilla X taking advantage of the engagement that happened earlier, but also a few members from their side are being taken down by Team Badut. The focus of Team Badut is for 2 teams, while the others is just trying to defend themselves, and Flex right now will try to go for the hit. The same goes Traps being chased by the crosshair, but is not pushing through.
Not at all. Trapped outside of the circle. Risky maneuver, and he is punished for that. What a messy move. Toda wasted that opportunity. A little bit too rushed if you ask me. Now Team Badut taking advantage. Got GRX, haven't been able to recover just yet. Look at the triple flank coming on through. It's going to be the glue wall melted first. 4 Eyes going to be hanging back as the defender. Groza in hand, trying to flush out the players from the left. Godfrey's are the final survivor in here. Drogon in hand, but that will not work as the Clowns win out game number 2.
They have shown us great aggressiveness from day number 1 of the first week. This time around, they showed a different side of them. They were passive, waited for the perfect opportunity, and they got that booyah in this game. Team Badut, Team Clown is in here to laugh around.
I mean, Flank just played true to his name, bro. He just flanked around. Beautiful play. I think overall, it was a fantastic performance out of Team Badut. This is the kind of game style you want. Capable of taking hot engagements, but staying out of that nonsense until you get to the final circle, then showing up strong. There are so many benefits to this. Number 1, you're going to be absolutely stacked in terms of the utilities as well as your lethals. You can play them. You can play your glue walls. You're not going to be messing up by using them too many times. But in a game filled with RNG as a battle royale, it is a problem unless you know the other teams in and out.
Yep, exactly. And that's one thing that you need to do as well. Knowing the teams in and out requires a lot of homework, and that is a pre-game that you need to do. So the tactics that is happening within a match is, well, it seems like impromptu. It seems like it's happening just in the moment, but a lot of that has been planned out beforehand, and it's just up to them to decide which one to pull out in the perfect moment.
I mean, love it. What a day. What a competition. MCPS just keeps raising the bar. The action keeps getting hotter. A little unfortunate for the Sri Lankans this time round. They couldn't stay silent for a long time. They had the high ground advantage, and then they just got rushed by a guerrilla squad.
Yeah, the thing is, like, at some point, I guess that's something that they can consider in their learning experience, is to really understand that regardless of how safe they can be into a compound, they need to be prepared on their position as well. You can't be hanging around just clowning around, not talking about Badut, but I'm just staying in there, like not suspecting anyone to rush in. That should be the case. You need to be ready once that happens. And, well, this is where the final battle really ended. And as you mentioned, Team Badut has been prepared, all the resources saved up for that final moment to just battle against 2 teams, and they got the booyah.
Absolutely, man. I mean, clean stuff out of Team Badut. I think the timing was so well executed. Team Toda, they wanted to pull off a cheeky play. If they had pulled it off, I think it would have been one of the most epic plays of that particular lobby, of perhaps even the day, because it was a lot of risk involved. You cannot challenge the blue zone at that point. I mean, the damage is just devastating. He lost way too much of HP. More than 2/3 of his life just got sucked away by the blue circle. And then the finisher was just way too easy after that, right? But Todak, they were being pincered. They were being attacked by two teams. And this is why, if you already know where the next circle is, you have to figure out, this needs a little bit of game knowledge as well, a little bit of map reading capabilities to tell your team, okay, this is how we're going to be setting up the defense. Farang is really good at this. And you saw how long they survived because of that knowledge. Unfortunately, they didn't have the numbers there. So Toda had a great big opportunity, but a lack in terms of aggressive approach for that final circle did them in.
Yeah, I mean, it's twice already that we've seen timing get a best of teams. First off, earlier it was SLR who has been beaten by Axis in terms of the timing that they have in getting into the zone. This time around is another team that the Todak who tried to survive, but because they were off timing and a lot of pressure coming from the other side really did it to them. Thus, they only end up in number 3. But again, they still have put in a lot of challenge against the other teams who went against them. Though they didn't get that full 12 points for that Booyah, they had a lot in terms of elimination, and this is still a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, 10 eliminations in total for Toda before they got taken out in the 3rd spot, so 8 placement points. 18 points off of a lobby, very decent, right? You don't necessarily need to hit the Booyah. As long as you can maintain this consistency, you are going to get to the grand finals for sure. At the end of the day, we are only looking for the top 12 anyway. But for some of the teams who are on the lower end of performance, this is where you really want to see something change because we don't have a lot of time within the group stage. AB Radicals walking away with just 7 points this time round, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the situation. It was difficult. They have been caught in a very, very difficult spot. And not only 2, but in so many cases, even the drops, the ones dropping have reached their heights already or they don't know where. They will be dropping safe, and just the spread of the team just made them vulnerable to all the challenges from afar. So, and AV Radicals' decision making as well as sticking together, that might be one thing that we need to consider. And I don't think they're chasing, or I didn't see that they're chasing the blue zone anymore. Hopefully that's not the case. Just have a plan B if in case it doesn't work.
I think it's due to some of the things that we are saying as well. If you want to find AV Radicals, go to the blue circle. So they're like, oh, wait. Stop inviting the whole world to the blue circle. We are sorry, AV Radicals, sorry. Okay, my bad. But we have a couple of teams that stood up in the challenge this time round. We did say this very specifically, Neptune. If we're not going to be taking away a lot of placement points, the least that you should be doing is taking away eliminations. We saw Tactical Intex as well as Who's Next get taken out very early, but they had pretty decent numbers through the eliminations, so they buffer themselves a little bit. They don't suffer too much within the lobby. I believe Who's Next got about 6 points in terms of eliminations before they got taken out very early in the game. So at least you're still hanging on there.
Exactly, and that's one thing that you need to do compared to what happened to the cookie that crumbled early into this game. Freedom Rumble, who not only didn't get any placement because they were taken out too soon, they didn't get any elimination because of the firepower that they received early on the onset of the game. So you don't want to be putting yourself in that and probably rethinking their purgatory drought on the next day. But Raja will be our MVP right now, coming from Todak with 6 total eliminations.
I mean, if he keeps bringing this on, he can call himself the king anytime. Beautiful plays, 6 eliminations, no joke at all. He was pretty deadly out there on the battlefield. Looking forward to seeing more from Toda, more from Raja. But the team MVP is the team that strategized their timing, just like what Farang did earlier on with the 12 points from the eliminations. They do take a total of 20 points within the matchup in itself. I think it's 12 points from the placements. I don't think that's from the eliminations. They got it 8 eliminations. So apologies for that, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. But 20 points, that's all that matters. They get the most out of this lobby.
Yep, exactly. And well, Team Badut, as I pointed out earlier, was so aggressive on the previous day. Probably it's because at the start of the day they're just catching the other teams off guard. This time around they are becoming more tactical. No more clowning around, no more aggressive pushes. They want to go in smart. But looking at the match standings, they did get 8 eliminations with a total of 20 points. Todak though 2 points below because they have a lot of eliminations, which is 10, and the additional 8 can bring him from that on that 18 points. And Gorilla X right now with 16. Following them is Farang with 15. Visionaries though with 9. And Who's Next with 8. AB Radicals will be left on the second page with only 7 points. And The Illusion following them. It's 6, 5, 4, 1. And Freedom Rumble with 0.
I mean, look at Who's Next, man. 2 placement points, but 6 eliminations. They get the 6th spot. That's what we're talking about. You gotta have that buffer if you are gonna get taken out early. You need to have that sort of firepower to stand a chance to get into the top 12. Now, looking at Farang here, this is just a little unfortunate because this was looking like a back-to-back booyah for them. They got towards that final circle and a untimely ambush they faced. Toda just flew in like the swordfishes that they are. I don't know if you ever I think I would be surprised if you had read this story. Singapore di Landa Toda. That is the name of the book, if I'm not mistaken, where the swordfishes were just jumping out of the water and putting up a strong fight at the beachfront, man. People had to go to war with the swordfishes. They came flying in like that, okay? They landed in front of Farang. Farang didn't have a chance. Unfortunate, but still decent number of points to keep the pressure on the number 1 spot.
Yep, and just a recap of what just happened. We're already done with 2 maps, and the first one has been taken by Farang. Team Badut has taken Purgatory, a second match, and later on we're going to jump in onto our third match. What will be happening on Kalahari? Again, I'm really excited seeing teams in Kalahari right now. This is the kingdom of Farang from the past, and let's see who will be taking over the reins this time around.
Geek Fam has been showing up strong on this map thus far. We can expect the same. Surprisingly, The Illusion and Tactical Intex have been able to pull a lot from Kalahari as well. So this is the moment now for some of the teams that are doing slightly, badly in the overall leaderboard to step up. You're also looking at teams like Freedom Rumble. And these 3 teams, if you look at the overall leaderboard right now, they are suffering. They are trying to fight for the top 12. So Kalahari is a good place for them. And if we have Kalahari twice within today and the exact same teams that I named do perform for us, we're going to see huge shifts coming through our overall leaderboard.
Yep, exactly. I mean, 3 booyahs has already been taken, and that is coming from the teams that AJ pointed out. And if that is the case, if that repeats, then they will be getting a lot more of the points. But we just ended 2 matches, 4 more to go for this day. Before we head over there, we're going to go for a quick break. Once again, Neptune, the German Gaming, and the Mustachio AJ will be right back. Don't go away.
Ooh. Welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 6. This is day 3 out of 4 in the group stages. To qualify for the grand finals, we are looking for the top 12 teams. Thus far, it looks like we may have it fixed to a certain degree, but we have seen situations where even that final day has changed things in the past. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming. We are your casters for the day. And what a fun day it has been thus far, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, the battles from the first 2 matches that we've seen has been exciting, especially from midway towards the end. And it begs to differ that some teams have maintained their consistency. Some of the teams have been popping off this time around that really changed their placement in the overall standing. But let's check out how it changed in the overall standing right now. But Parang remains in there on the top, but they have taken the lead a little bit higher against Ilustrados Huecos. That's 32 points ahead. Team Badut, though, with what they've done in here, has catapulted themselves up in that 3rd spot, 121 points, and Visionaries close to them with 117. Follows is below 100, but I guess, AJ, it's just one good game that can bring them to that level where the 100 spot has been taken.
We are now going to be putting Group B on a pause. And we're going to we're going to be putting Group A to a pause, and we're going to be hopping on into a matchup between Group B as well as C, which is going to be inviting back teams like Ilustrados Huecos, GeekFam, Expand, Axis, AE, as well as No Life. Now, if you look at the bottom side of this left-hand corner here, you've got Expand as well as Axis Esports. And I'm just creating this rivalry out of nowhere because one player has moved from one team to another, but it just seems like the firepower has been taken out of Expand. Now, that has kept them towards the lower side of the overall leaderboard. Now, this change of roster for both Axis as well as Expand clearly has not done either side any bit of benefit. Both of them could have played for the top at one point, but Expand now, with the lack of firepower, struggling to find that final circle for themselves. Is this going to change? The storyline will go ahead to continue as these two are lumped into the exact same group, that is Group B. So we're going to be able to see this span out over today as well as tomorrow, Neptune.
Yep, exactly. And one thing I would say is Expand has lost their aggressiveness in the gameplay compared to when they have X-Roy in their side. And for the side of Axis Esports, back then, the storyline for them is they stay in a compound, wait for the opportunity to get elimination from afar until they reach the final stage of the circle. But this time around, they are roaming around with the help and the lead of X-Roy. And let's see if that will be happening on next maps, because Kalahari is in play. The high grounds would be an advantage, wherein the usual or the previous tactic of Axis Esports might be better this time.
It did seem like at one point the pace of X-Roy versus the other players on the side of Expand just wasn't on the same level. And I wouldn't say the gameplay, because all players from the side of Expand, including X-Roy, they can bring out their very own in terms of the best out there on the battlefield. But the pacing in terms of movement on the battlefield was just a little bit too aggressive from X-Roy. So I guess the other players just didn't find that comfortable enough to keep up with. And obviously there's going to be a mismatch there. You can see that aggression seems to be boding well with the rest of the Axis players, who are pretty much just following him like the Pied Piper. He has led them into some ferocious battles thus far, and X-Roy is definitely one of the more threatening players out there on the battlefield. But we want to see how much can Expand pull away without X-Roy being part of the squad. What is their new roster looking like? Because you are looking at the champions, the current reigning champions of Malaysia overall in Expand, and whether or not they're going to maintain that title for themselves.
Yeah, the only thing that they need, or I couldn't say only thing, because there's a lot of things they need to worry about, but the greatest thing is GeekFam, that is part of the Group B that will be playing right here in Kalahari. So they need to get over that hurdle before they secure a lot of points. And as you mentioned, AJ, Kalahari has been taken by Reigns, by GeekFam right now, a total of 48. And the points and 31 in just elimination. A lot more compared to more than half of our teams who's playing in here.
Whew, that's just absolutely insane, man. I mean, let's see exactly what they'll be able to do in a little bit. Yeah, looking forward to the plays out of Ilustrados Huecos as well, who are not too shabby on this map. but at the same time, they are not the most threatening. Nowhere close to what Geek Fam has been able to do when it comes to the eliminations whenever they take the drop into Kalahari. Flight path going to be pretty decent to everybody, opening up all of the compounds on the map for them.
Yeah, as we can see, the drop right now is coming from northwest towards the east of the map. And let's see if the drop point, especially for those targeting the sub, will be cut short, and they will make do with where they will land. And it's a good spread, though, from both these teams. I'm not seeing so much of a hot drop, a little bit of engagement coming from above. Freedom Rumble putting a little bit of pressure onto Luffy, but as we can see right now, Geek Fam and AE Sports in a hot drop and a battle that is about to begin, and there you have it. AE Sports started off.
Let's see if or not they can make a little bit of a big play here for AE Sports and take it down. Darwis with a mini Uzi straight to his head. Adam can trade him out. Beautiful place, but down he goes as well as Ken shows up with an M1014. Beautiful backstab. And now this gives the team of Geek Fam the advantage. Razik from the back. Mini Uzi, they have spotted him out already with Geek Ken and his bird's eye view. And that's all it's going to take to eliminate AE Sports from the run.
AE Sports not under A game right now, as they have been taken down a little bit too soon in this battle. And well, this is where we're seeing the aggressiveness and domination of Geek Fam. But going in onto another team, Tactical Intics fought against FRU. It's not a full squad though. It's only Yasid who is brave enough to step into Old Hampton. Let's see if he will be brought back. Yes, Snappy's dead, and it is a full squad once again. The cookie will not be crumbling this time around that easily, and they have a chance to fight back. And speaking of fight, 4 teams in this area. This will be a bloodbath, AJ.
AE Sports, they're disappointing me a little bit. It feels like they were just courting us, you know, on the first day where you want to tackle someone, you go all out, you show how great you are. They pulled off 2 booyahs on day 1. Yeah. And then after they get into the relationship, they're just not putting up any effort, Neptune.
Yeah, but let's take in consideration, out of all of the matches in Kalahari that they played, they only grab 1 point on elimination. So I guess they're not prepared in terms of playing Kalahari because it was just reintroduced for this season. So
that is true.
That's something that they didn't consider practicing, thus losing all those advantage on the dropping spot.
That's ridiculous if you ask me, because at the end of the day, your mechanical skills should be able to carry. I mean, it doesn't make that big of a difference, you know? Like, dude, you and I play VR as well. Yeah. You can take it. I don't know what's wrong with them, okay? 1 elimination so far, you pointed that out. You didn't point out that they have got 0 placement points. So that 1 elimination is all they have done at Kalahari thus far, which is not good if you are AE. I want to see if or not they can provide a little bit more. They do have another match later on.
Let's see if that will be a different story. But again, the story of Kalahari ends here for the teams because there's only one, or unless the random gives us back this map. And Team Battled right now, they have the momentum, but it's a good thing that aggressiveness is not showing that much because they played it so well earlier. Yeah. They were passive, silent every time they went in against a different team, and they are taking advantage of that. This time around, they grabbed 2 points, and they were not pulled in on those aggressiveness. They're just waiting for the perfect timing. Freedom Rumble are their next target, and 4 Eyes right now managed to survive. Only a few HP, but a grenade beats him.
4 Eyes had all the eyes that he needed, but just couldn't see the enemy. Lucky will be able to back away as Freedom Rumble this time around starts off really hot. No, I told you, no life. I told you guys. Why you do this to yourself? Okay, their argument would be we can't change our name halfway through the competition, Mustachio. Fair enough. Well noted. I wish you all the best for the future once as well. I mean, jokes aside, No Life just has got no luck as well, bro. And they keep getting caught out. They're just trying to play their own game. They're just trying to loot up, and people just keep sniping them from elsewhere. But it also shows that they're showing up on the map a little bit too much. You need to play these compounds safely. Stay well hidden until you're ready.
Speaking of well hidden, Chessman didn't do so, and Expand took advantage of that. But I would agree with you. Definitely agree with what you mentioned, because it has not been working out for them.
Yeah.
And similar to what we've seen from SL Riders, that's again, it's a process. You need to work on putting yourself into the safe zone and away from all the eyes of the enemy. And then once you're comfortable with that gameplay overall, then that's when you go for elimination. But it's not happening just yet for this team of No Life. And again, it's just a question of if it's the name, or is it the tactics, or probably it's something else. So hopefully it can be answered halfway through this day, as well as until tomorrow.
It's the magic of words, I swear. It's the magic of words. That's all it is. Okay, No Life. Trust me when I tell you, I speak from experience. It's the magic of words. Expand, on the other hand, they are looking all right, but we just haven't made a lot of noise about them just yet. They haven't been getting into very aggressive engagements up against Team Badut, a team that's doing really well. This might be a big fight for Expand. They start things off on the lower ground first, disadvantage. Axel, and this is what that veteran experience is for, gets to the corner of those railings, spots out the positions of Four Eyes as well. Cobra gonna flank around from the left. Prime MKS stacking him. Drogon, they meet one player, good glue wall, and that's just the bait. Don't fall for it just yet. Expand from inside. Axel, what a shot. Four Eyes straight through his eyes.
And there you have it. The rush is on, and too fast will be a little bit too fast onto the push. And as you can see, they're like rats trying to get away from the flood, because expanding their coverage on the area that they have taken. Flex has been taken down, and two left right now. Luffy will not be able to hide out for that long, as well as a flank who is on the other side, who needs to run away though, but two goes in for the rush.
This is what I'm talking about. Show me what you got, Expand. Give us some exciting matches here. Beautiful shot, too fast. It's going to be flossed out of the equation. Mactan delivery not available. Crime MKS Rages on. Second elimination for the squad, 4 already, and they are very quickly dominating these platforms here. Lucky's going to be the final player out of Team Badut. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Show us that firepower, because Expand hasn't been showing it a lot in this one, and even Team Badut couldn't hang with them. And this is a team that really keeps silent until that final circle. They were not looking forward to an aggressive one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're trying to play this safe, so just to secure their placement on the top of the leaderboard. But look, Lucky is still alive and kicking, and managed to get away in time. Probably those drops will help him, as well as gather all the resources to bring back their teammates. So let's see if we'll be able to see them. 11 teams still remains, and who's on top? It is Todak right now, taking the best position that you can grab in this map. I mean, the high ground. The high ground is something that you need to take, and you're a little bit in the middle. Refinery is out of the picture already, because it's on the edge, and you will not get any sight of so much enemy running through the grounds.
But you never know, Neptune. I mean, we've seen circles where it appears like this, and you think the center is going to move away from Refinery towards Command Post, but actually it moves to Refinery instead. So it's a game of luck at this point of time. Lucky, so close to getting that revival, and he bought Four Eyes back. Talk about a life-saving maneuver from Lucky there. Pretty lucky, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, just in time, man. Like, I was surprised as well as the rush coming from the opponent is in there straight onto him. But I guess that is one of, like, if you think on the shoes of your opponent, where will they go? And that is the buy station is one thing that you will be thinking about, especially if 3 has gotten down from your team. Axis Esports right now, I think they're going back to their passive approach, waiting for the perfect timing. And speaking of timing, this is the best timing for you to redeem all those loot crate, because the giveaway code is showing on left, and nothing's happening for the side of X-Axis just yet. So let's take advantage of that time.
Got the AWM out there. We also have the M82B in the hands of Axis Esports. They are pretty well prepared for those long-range combats, so taking them on is going to be pretty deadly. No Life have found that recovery in terms of the knock. It did not result in an elimination, so they stay alive for the time being. Geek Fam just teasing the blue circle as they rotate around. They have to be careful though. Who's next? And Axis Esports have an opportunity to sandwich them in. They're going to be keeping a little bit safe at the shipwreck for a bit.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to do so. 1-3 split right now as or that was a 2-2 split for who's next. Then they are converging as they sense a few of the enemies in here. Speaking of sense, the sense of hearing from Gig Fam will be tingled a little bit as Four Eyes will be driving towards them. Now he's just waiting for the best opportunity to bring back his teammates, but the shots has just taken out his vehicle and left out in the open, probably to dry out or to die out in this battle as the safe zone will be closing in 25 seconds.
I mean, Four Eyes is a survivor, bro. Expand tried. Many teams have been trying. The guy just refuses to go down. He's like, no, I will survive. The least I'll do for the team is give the placement points. I mean, that's the kind of fight we want to see out of all of the squads out there, you know? Not just give up those battles and just stare up in the sky as you get taken out of the equation. It has to be a little bit more aggressive. You need to see a little bit of the fight out of them. No Life on is one of those teams that needs it, but so does Tactical Intex. Both teams fighting for the top 12. And taking one of the other one out of the equation might just be a great way to start that.
Yeah, let's see if that is going to end well as we see a lot of bodies already hitting the ground, and it is a 2 left for No Life, but it's not yet done. They have a chance to go for recovery, but a backstab in there will leave 1 left. It's Rice right now. I don't think he was able to eat a lot of Rice because he will be going down. No life left, and Tactical Intex will win that battle. 5 eliminations on them and 2 remaining players.
You see, it's playing against them in 2 ways. Number 1, they keep ending up in no life. And number 2, they've got the least number of eliminations in the whole of the competition. Okay? They can't even take life because they name themselves No Life.
Well, speaking of which, Four Eyes might have been, or should have been named himself Four Lives, because it seems like that is what he's been doing. He was they tried to take him down, but he's only taking a few more of those extra lives. But Visionaries right now also taking down lives. Todak in there, and Team Battle is the one who has been taken down on our screen, as it's Ilustrados Huegos who got a side of them. Traps right now is trapped a little bit outside of the safe zone, and Chessman will try to get a better angle, and yes, he did, but a good cover has been taken. Traps with only a few HP, and the damage per second is getting that high.
Yeah, that's how you tell Chessman has been playing Free Fire for many, many hours. Those movements were insane, bro. Mechanical skills at its best. Reposition, still managed to tag the player. Now keeping trapped outside of the circle. GGWP, him playing himself to his own name as well, but not finding the trap onto others, unfortunately. Geek Fam having to meet who's next, out in the open, going for the pickup. Back behind the glue wall, he will be punished. Yasta finds Swen, and Hazik taken out by him as well before he went down. So great place from up on top. On the other hand, it's going to be Tress finding it with a Bison, and Geek Fam out in the 9th spot.
Tress also living his name. 3 on the elimination under his belt, and that is what Tress is. I mean, this really stress a lot into naming convention, AJ.
I'm telling them, man, they just don't believe me, Neptune. I mean, hey, it's not my loss, bro.
Yeah,
it's not my loss. I'm just trying to help y'all out.
Let's see if Ilustrados Huegos will be able to illustrate their games as well. I guess that's a good, and there's good translation from Spanish to English, and they are battling against Expand, who is really not expanding the area of coverage right now. Perhaps though was able to survive the onslaught that he experienced earlier, and slowly moving into the zone.
That's the fight. That's the fight I want to see out of everyone. Great maneuvering, patches himself back up, waits for the timing, takes the damage from the blue zone first, and then finds the timing to get in through those blue walls. But now, Freedom Rumble laying out a beautiful maze for themselves as well to avoid Tactical Intex, finding themselves a better defensive position. But Luffy is going to find one. Yazid spotted out. Instant shutdown. And here comes Ace for a little bit of a comeback gameplay, maybe. Napis can back him up, but from up top, what can he do? M1014 in hand. Ace will back away, aims with the shots. Luffy as well finds the double connection. It won't be Luffy and Ames taking it away from Freedom Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Firefist Ames, as well as Luffy, the brothers, are back in play. Let's see if they will be able to show up the same as Ilustrados Vegas right now, showing up against X-Band. Bren 2 for a quick rush, but he goes down though. The Axel beats him to it, and you don't want to go straight on banging your head against X-Band.
This is once again a big fight for X-Band. Ilustrados are very hot on the battlefield with the engagements. Too fast hopping on in with the Drogon has got a backup as well. Shank's gonna get his back caught out, but pulls the glue wall. Great maneuvering, uses the terrain to his advantage as well. Eklog backing away. Axis X-Roy watching all of this breakdown, perhaps to take an opportunity against his old teammates. Will he strike? Will he end the run for X-Band here? Because he's right up top. Nobody spots him.
No one spots him right now, and I guess he knows the position and rotation that will be taken, and as well as no one was expecting him to be on the second floor. As the blue is already closing in, he might be spotted, but who's next in here right now? Really counting out who's next. Title elimination already to their name, and they are still battling it on. Surviving is Yadom, he is really going down as he is been dropped by the Axel. Let's see if how much can be survived by this team. Let's go with a sliver of health and rest right now, trying to recover.
X-Roy did manage to put the end to Cobra, so big plays coming through from the Axis player. Too fast taken down. X-Band out in the 5th spot. And guess who's still alive? Guess! Just guess, Neptune. It is Axis. It is X-Roy. Barricaded in by a glue wall. Nobody's touching him just yet. Let's go and Tress. Eklog up top. McRory looking for a head but can't find none. Ice grenade gonna be dropped and X-Roy can't do much. Finds Tress. Tress trades him out. Tress on the ground. But let's go with a beautiful pickup. Is gonna make sure X-Roy doesn't take that point. It's an all-out Filipino showdown in a 2v2.
McRory right now, as well as Eklog on the rooftop, just waiting for the team of who's next to step out, but the patience is not on them. Tress right now, as well as Let's Go, is being hunted, waited, and spotted by Eklog, but no hit just yet. He has been taken down. The egg has been broken. It's up to McRory right now to fight it on a 1v2.
McRory usually depends on those grenades, but the guy is running absolutely none at the moment. He needs a CQC. M1014 in hand, a level 3 gun. Goes for the first pop, good glue ball. 180, not found just yet. Goes for the recovery. Down he goes. McRory on the ground. And who's next? It's the next Booyah winner.
And this is exciting right now. Last time we saw them earlier, they were on a 9 elimination points, but I guess that's a lot more after taking down X-Band and also Ilustrados Vegas. But I love the showing right now. Let's Go, really leading the team to victory in this battle.
I mean, what a play. I mean, getting to the final circle, yep, you flex that, man. It's the girlfriend buff, as usual. As usual. I hope that's not his little sister, because that, I'm sorry, bro, if it is. But I'm assuming it's the girlfriend buff, all right? It usually is.
Yeah, usually is. Little sister, I mean, I would feel it that...
It has to be a Tamil movie to be the little sister, you know? I'm doing this all for my little... No, bro. Only in Tamil movies, bro.
Most of the time, though, like most of the time, especially if it's only 1 or 2 years difference, you will not be that sweet with your siblings.
Amen. When the gap's pretty big, then yeah, you kind of feel like the parent of the child. I totally get it. I mean, my brother, I'm 9 years younger than my brother. Yeah, I get it.
Well, let's look at the highlights right now. And, well, this is another heated battle, heated engagement. From the start on, we saw already a few teams being taken down, a few players being taken down. But the recovery is pristine as well for this team. And Expand has shown us a lot of aggression right now. And not only that, we just pointed out that teams are losing some of their tactics from before, and they just recovered it. They just brought it back right now. Aggressive play from Expand, the passiveness from Axis, and what more can we do? Who's next? We also mentioned them before this game, and they are the ones who took the booyah.
You see, Neptune, usually when I call something out, it's not going to be BS, bro. It's going to be happening out there on the battlefield. I talked about the rivalry between Expand as well as Axis. Even though it's non-existent, if the Mustachio's talking about it, it's going to happen, baby. And you saw X-Roy bide his time. You saw his ex-teammates take that cross. And you saw X-Roy go for the head. He wanted to go for the most lethal player out there on the battlefield. And there's no way in hell this child does not know There's no way in hell this guy does not know what Expand's theory is going to be when it comes to those rotations. And just as luck would have it, he finds Cobra out there on the battlefield. Initial knock renders him absolutely useless. And on top of that, he survives longer than the 3-man Expand run towards the final circle. So X-Roy, okay, he's making some noise. I want to see the response. I want to see the response from Expand, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really tough battle that Expand has, especially when Cobra has been taken out. And you were right.
Yeah.
Cobra is the head. He is usually the one leading the fray. And even in a difficult situation that we saw against Who's Next, they could have been the one on the winning stage. But no, it has been taken away initially by X-Roy and then followed by Who's Next. Ilustrados Uegos, though, they have good ideation, just waiting from them from the rooftop of the tents. But McCrory was a little bit too impatient, and the sound cues gave Who's Next that idea that someone's just waiting for them. The 1v2 didn't work for the first time, and it didn't work for the second time, even with the strength of McCrory from how he played from the past.
My assessment of this final lobby, it is just for one simple conclusion. There's definitely been a lowered performance out of Expand with the removal of X-Roy. Because the fact that he got into the final circle, imagine if all 4 of those players were under the banner of Expand. They get in there, the survivor X-Roy, and dude, the rest of his team members got clunked out very early on. He was just playing the game of survival. They had 2 eliminations on their side. Everything else that they are getting from the placement points here is all courtesy of X-Roy. I mean, he's my personal MVP of the game, even though, of course, Stress did manage to get 8 eliminations. A truly well-deserved title for him as well from Who's Next.
That's a total of 15 elimination for the team, and more than half just goes to Tres right now.
Wow.
And oh my goodness, 27. And I guess, has our record been beaten or it still remains? But 27 points, it's a lot that you can grab just in one game. And with the 15 elimination, really shows us that Let's Go and the rest of Who's Next is getting that aggressive, but the ones who follows them is 10 points short on 17.
Ilustrados currently hold the record for 28 points within a matchup, so close but not close enough for Who's Next. But the crazy thing is, both teams Filipino, bro. So yeah, the Philippines turning up the heat in the competition. But check this out, Expand. We asked them for the performance. They said, okay, hold up, Mustachio. You want it right now? Let us show you. They got into the final circle. Crazy aggressive matchup from them this time round. A little unfortunate with the amount of placement points that they could grab there. And once again, all of that undone by X-Roy himself. And look at Axis Esports. I'm sorry, Tactical as well as Ilustrados. We got to hop on over to the storyline. But Axis Esports, bro, 2 eliminations, but 8 from the placement points just with the game of survival fighting that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you switch and adapt into the game. The dynamics of Battle Royale, you need to really go with the flow. If in case your teammates has been taken out early into the match, then you think on how to survive. Because, again, by the end of the game, Battle Royale is about survival. Additional eliminations will help you, but compared to the other teams, is really focusing more on backing each other up as well as they go in for the gunfight. They grab a little bit more, but in an unfortunate scenario, we can follow what happened in there for Axis Esports. But as we can see the overall standings, I guess there are a few changes, AJ, in this matchup. And it's Visionary and Team Badut, I believe, are the ones switching place right now, and 3 and 4.
Usually we see AV Radicals with the ones who have the most number of eliminations. This time, it's a very, very different version of the squad. Nothing much has changed within the team lineup, but the performance has drastically dropped here. Farang, on the other hand, are keeping up their usual performance. When it comes to the fragging game, they are one of the top teams, and they maintain that #1 spot. And here's the worst thing. They weren't even playing that previous match. Nobody managed to catch up with them. Ilustrados Juegos, they had that one chance. They didn't manage to catch up as much as they would like, but now we're going to put Group C to rest for a little bit. It's going to be Group A versus B inside of Alpine. Ilustrados will have that opportunity to play for that #1 spot yet again, and this time Farang will be in the lobby with them.
Yeah, but the thing is, in this match, AV Radicals has a better chance. They are the ones in the lead in terms of getting a lot of elimination, and it just didn't happen in here in this competition. Even the previous MCPS, we've seen them understand Alpine a little bit better when the other teams were surprised with the introduction of this map. And well, AV Radicals right now, they just need to put in a lot of those radical gameplay. And I guess I already answered the question, or the teams has answered the question, why the vehicle gameplay is not working for them anymore. Because it seems like the vehicle has been put in a what do you call this, in a grinder, and the metal is not that thick anymore, so it can be taken down that easily.
I mean, when you want speed, you gotta remove all of the weight off of the car. We truly understand Free Fire mechanics. They try to make the car a little bit lighter, but unfortunately the car became a little bit more hollow on the inside. So it can't stop those bullets anymore, right? We just saw a couple of examples on the previous maps as well. These players were getting shot out of their vehicles. I mean, great aims coming through from the attackers as well. But going back to the Alpine storyline, I absolutely agree with you. AV Radicals look like they are going to be a threat alongside Team Badut. It's another team that has been doing phenomenally well on Alpine. Ilustrados Juegos are the third best team on this map, so they still stand a decent chance. If you look at what Farang has been able to do thus far, it hasn't been terrible, but it hasn't been great, but it has been just enough. They are one of the top 5 within this map. So we can just find the top heavy side of the lobby just kind of the top heavy side of the overall leaderboard getting even heavier after this match.
Yeah, and well, you pointed out 3 teams, 2 of which is already part of the top 3, which is Team Badut as well as Ilustrados Juegos. That only leaves AV Radicals to really put in double the effort, because there's a lot more points that they need to catch up compared to Ilustrados Juegos and Team Badut. So good storyline that we're going to see right now. All, I believe, if not all, the players that we mentioned will be playing in here. With the exception of Team Badut. So it's Ilustrados Juegos and AV Radicals, the Filipino story. Let's see how it ends.
Absolutely, man. I'm actually wondering, because we're definitely going to have teams who are not showing up very strongly out there on the battlefield. Different teams bring in different strategies. Some teams just do not want to be looked upon as the threat. AV Radicals, they looked like a supreme threat at one point of time, and they were definitely targeted. They got taken out of the equation, and that affected them in the grand finals. This time, they're keeping their heads down. It could be a strat that teams like Expand are playing as well, because the group stage at the end of the day matters, but only if you are struggling to find yourself into the top 12, only if you're playing for a little bit of an extra bonus. If you're looking to become the champion of MCPS, the real focus here is trying out as many of those strategies as possible to see what works, what does not work in all of the matches that you've had, and just bring, average results. Because when you get into the grand finals, the true execution of your strategies that you have built up in the group stage, that's when it really matters.
Exactly, and it's competitions just like this, because you can jump into scrimmages and try out all those tactics, but you won't have the expected force against you. Compared to when you're in competition just like this. Thus, group stage, the league stage is something that they try a few tactics, just really pull out just a few of those pages from your playbook, but not the aces. It's grand finals that you pull out all the ace, even the kings, even the queens, even the jack, all of the numbers, all of the faces of your cards, to really bring yourself to the number 1 spot. And I guess all the teams who are aiming for a second on the championship, and the same goes for those who haven't, will try to do the same. It's just a number of cards that will be left out towards the end of the grand finals that will win.
I do echo your thoughts as well, man. I mean, I absolutely agree with you. I think the pressure is just not out there on regular scrims, and to set up pro scrims, not all of the pro teams take it seriously. Some of them show up, some of them are late. Not everybody is equally as dedicated. And why would I want to help you refine your skills at the end of the day, right? So, they're all fighting their own individual battles, but this is where the community strength comes in. I mean, MCPS as a whole, maybe expecting MCPS to gather up together as one server might be a lot to ask for. But the top teams of the Philippines, the top teams of Malaysia, the top teams of Sri Lanka, this is something that they have to focus on, within their own communities, and really try to sharpen their skills before they reach a platform like this. I know Team Expand does, keep up with those scrims. Teams like Farang definitely do put in all of that effort, and you can see some of the results due to all of that effort.
Yeah. Exactly, and it's a constant improvement, regardless of where you are. And we should know as well. Like we right now, we are in a stage
Mm.
where a lot is watching, but even in shoutcasting some of the community games, we still
Hmm.
bring out everything that we have. So hopefully the
Yeah.
same goes with a lot of teams in here going into scrims, going into community tournaments, going in some tournaments that can bring them a lot of improvement and just show what they have. Don't worry about them reading your strategy, because the moment that you write up hundreds of lines of strategy, the other teams will not be able to remember all of them.
Yeah. I mean, you can only plan your future so much, bro. You can be well prepared for it, but you really have to be in the moment as you play some of these matches, right? So
Yeah.
scrims are going to be important, but at the end of the day, the decision making out there on the battlefield, so much more crucial in these gunfights. I mean, just look at what Parang has been able to do. The setup to take this aggressive fight, Jembal knew that he had the Mac-10 in hand, and when you've got that SMG early game, the armor on your opponent's not that too much. The rate of fire out of that SMG, it hurts, man. 3 kills with the guy. Let's see him continue on this role. Delusion, on the other hand, they had one player caught out in the open earlier on by AE. The rest of them going to get circled by Tok Dalang, but Tok Dalang loses their player first.
Yep, let's see if how much will be lost in that gunfight as we switch over to Farang, trying to chase around and I think has vanished. Let's see if they'll be able to see each other. Jembal right now is still at a loss, trying to dance around against Grod. Frieza spotted, but not yet taken down. 180, and the glue wall has been pulled up, but it is Jembal who has advantage in terms of HP. Back away, use a van, and there goes NI Guerrilla X. They will be the first team to be taken out.
I mean, no brainer. The guy is really good at his gunfights, but can you all spot those mechanical skills? The way he gets that information off of the corners of the wall, you can see his peak game is just so good. You will need a good sniper on the opposite side or a shotgun that's already close enough to take a well-aimed shot, because the guy jumps and in that same animation before he lands on his foot, he's already peeked across the wall and he's back in his defensive spot. It's very difficult to hit a player like that. And Jembal has got 4 eliminations at the early game to prove that exact statement. Great stuff out of him. And once again, the Mac-10, definitely the champion at the start of the matches. It's a pity that it doesn't really do much in the final circle.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we want to see that, especially at the final circle, there's a lot of close range engagement, but a few of the weaponry is more effective, and with the Mac-10 in there as well, with the fire rate is good, but you don't want to be losing. Or reloading in the wrong time once you are on that final battle. So I guess there's a drawback in there. Early parts, it's good. And later part, it's not so well. Estradas Juegos right now is just moving in AE Sports. They have a potential to get back after they're too early taken down right now. But who is in front of them? McRory bringing back the honor of being the Grenade King.
Yeah, but I hope he doesn't waste too many of those grenades in the early game, because once again, you're going to find him in the final circle without those crazy nades to play. He has to keep them at the lower end. Shanks finding full spray. Rentu with the backup as well, as Illustrados find 3 out of 4 players. He's going to battle his way away as quickly as possible. 3 glue walls to play with, so open grounds, he might be in trouble here.
Let's see how many or how much water spout can this Itsy Bitsy guy be able to move up to. But as we move in onto the other side, Expand right now, Delusion in their sights, but not so much of an aggressive approach because they have a compound to work with. And if in case they push into one end, they might be caught by surprise. But the Delusion is moving straight to the bridge. Might be seeing SL Riders, but we've seen SL Riders really play it safe. So that's not much of a challenge unless they change their ways.
Yeah, I mean, I want SL Riders to take those advantages, but only when they are already well positioned. I like the drop spot of SL this time around. They take a compound close enough towards the center of the map, which does not require a lot of traveling, because traveling has been thus far the bane of the existence of SLR on the maps. Every time they get caught by someone, they get caught in a little bit of a big gunfight, they get smashed out. Now, they don't really have to move all that too much. Just focusing on their looting game alone, I think that has given the Sri Lankans a little bit of an extra time within the lobby. We can spot them a little bit later on, but Expand on the other hand, going to be running away from the illusion because they don't have a proper defensive spot yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to make that decision. Even if you're a strong team, you need to make those micro decisions to get in and get out of battle. If you don't, you're not confident with what you have.
Yeah.
And it did the same thing earlier, trying to get away, managed to survive. It is just the blue who will be damaging him a little bit because it's just the early stage of this match. Farang, though, has already made their presence, and that is from the name of Jembal, cleaning out a whole squad, and they're just moving along. Not so much of engagement as they pass through this area of Sunside.
Let's see if or not Mr. Asura is going to be able to deal with the damage of this circle. It's not going to be too punishing for sure, but dealing with the pressure of the circle and getting caught out by either Illustrados or GeekFam, that will hurt a lot. McCrory spreading up a little bit too far towards the left on Fusion. Blue will push to the very edge. Now GeekFam going to be exposed as well. Illustrados do have an advantage because they can engage long range here. But McCrory needs to gather up with the rest of the squad because if indeed GeekFam turns around to take this gunfight, it will be the kind of pressure Illustrados might not be able to handle.
Yep, exactly. And well, we've seen this being played by the other teams, but not in this so far 1-3 split. Because I would think that they're taking this position because of the revival as well as the buy spots in this area, just in case they go in for early engagement before they head into the next stage. But again, you need to keep your distance for your team with not that long. I mean, you need to be able to get back on a regroup once called for. So that's where vehicles comes in. And speaking of vehicles, Axis Esports right now using a vehicle because I think it's a little bit too far from them onto the next stage.
Illustrados pretty much in a decent enough position in the overall grand scheme of things, as in they are inside of the circle. If they get caught outside, though, it's gonna be troublesome, just like SLR, AV Radicals, Tamash. You do not want to be holding on to a position like this. Has got 5 glue walls to play around with, only 1 grenade. Ramiel on that right-hand side flank. Hasn't spotted Tamash out just yet, but the tease is courtesy of SLR. You can see Tashila taking those wild shots. Tamash not going to find the connection against Tanamo, but the flank from Tanamo towards the right-hand side will be deadly for Team SLR. Thilesh needs to do something. AV Radicals trying to set up a deadly execution for SLR.
Yeah, let's see if that approach can be countered by SLR. Ramiel just hanging back, giving the position for the 3 members. Again, most of the teams are focusing on 1-3 splits, 3-1 splits, and that is the reason why. It is the Namo who is taking the compound first, scouting the area, but let's see if... No, it is a different area that Illustrados Wegos drop into. I thought that was towards AV Radicals. Made me nervous a little bit.
Yeah, I think we can say bye to Sri Lanka already from this lobby, bro. Because Expand approaching from the back. SLR can't run away because right in front of them stands the players of AV Radicals. And a different set of battles breaking out on the opposite side of the map. The engagements has already started. Ramiel just got tagged up. And it's going to be Dalang dropping in hot in between everyone. SLR getting their compound rush. No backup from AV Radicals. And Expand, just Cobra alone, trying to tease them out of the defenses.
The thing is, I think it is a prompt from AV Radicals as well that pulled them out from rushing this, because they might be able to go for the rush, but the windows is in a clear sight of those taken by AV Radicals. And there we have it. Main launcher coming from the hands of God Kai, and they are going in hot. 2 players from SLR right now. Tashila will be taken down, and there's 1 more SL Riders will be done for with 4 eliminations already for AV Radicals. Here comes Expand right now for the battle, and they're all geared up. No need for recovery, no need for resources to replenish. They want to go for the gunfight as AVR will be pushed out.
Yeah, great timing coming through from Expand here, just allowing AV Radicals to flush out SLR, and now they are down in equipment already. Couldn't find that angle for recovery, and Expand hop on in straight up for the attack, but smart maneuvering from AV Radicals. They back away, but too fast. He flies to the opposite side. side. Brilliant play from the captain. He knocks return down onto the ground. And Crime moving in for the finish as well. Ramiel out in the open, running away. Nobody else to punish Expand just yet. And AV Radicals just met an aggressive form of Expand. That's what I expect out of the Malaysian champs.
Yeah, let's see if Ramiel will be able to survive right now. Need to run away, but too fast has a sight on him. Saving him is a glue wall and some of nature. Not quite sure if it's intentional, but too fast. Not only was he able to go in for the pinch on the drop that he did, but also got visuals on where the placement AV Radicals are. And if that is the case, I think a lot more will be utilizing putting themselves down for the revival later on. But Ramiel right now is not giving up, still putting in a fight.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, Ramiel's definitely not going to give away the placement points just like that. They have managed to take the ambush really well, Expand, but now they break away into a duo combo here. Too fast pushing up fourth. Cobra dropping back. I don't know what the positioning is going to be like in a little bit, but the next circle has been determined. And here comes Farang as well, heading straight for AV Radicals. They send the UAV out first. This is going to be spotting out the final player. Ramiel getting tagged up as well. Woodpecker from across the battlefield, just Boo penetrating all through that armor. Spade trying to get cheeky as well, but it will be bad that gets dropped. Now I understand where Cobra was running. He spotted out Tok Dalang.
Yeah, they spotted him out and now bringing them down. And another one as well from AE Sports has been spotted by Expand. And well, as the blue will be closing in, trouble will be in there as to where Ramiel is, because apart from being sandwiched by a complete squad from both the teams of Expand and Para, the blue will be eating them up, and it is too fast. That will take him down. Number 8 on the spot in this map. I think they lost their flair in Alpha.
SVD quickly becoming one of the favorite marksmen out there, all thanks to the rate of fire and the damage it delivers. Unlike the AWM, you need to be super accurate with your shots, which some of the snipers are out there. Too fast, one of the deadly players with those shotguns as well as the grenade launcher. But let's see what he can make work of that FSVD, because we saw the attack onto AV Radicals. It was too fast that made that difference. Axel hopping on straight in. I like the reposition out of Expand.
Yeah, Expand right now, good position to take. Compared to what we've seen from Geek Fam, wherein they will need to face up against Illustrados, but there's not so much of a challenge. They were able to take them down. Geek Fam right now with 3 elimination at this stage of the game. It's a little bit too slow, but again, you can't blame them. They want to be in there, taking placement points together with elimination.
I think I've waited long enough for Expand. Booyah, I want it here. I want it now. The round is perfect. I mean, we have been waiting for them to wake up for the longest of time. But the problem here is Farang, full squad. They are ready for action, and they are the ones who are closest to Expand. And if Farang play their timing out right, just like that first matchup, they might just catch Expand off guard once again. X-Roy leading the fray this time round. Trogon in hand. Man 04 goes down as Rain does react. And now X-Roy trapped in a tight little corner. This is Geek Fam's opportunity.
Yes, Geek Fam right now, but nobody's are being dropped. Yasta also being taken down. Kens, I believe, is the only one remaining in this fight. X-Roy still alive and trapped, but will be able to get away. Kens right now managed to get away, put in himself in the corner. Man 04 will try as well to get in that position to take in a smart Kens, but let's see if he'll be able to get away. All those noise might also pull in some of the players from the other teams, as the safe zone is very, very close to them. The illusion on the left, as well as a few more on the right. This might be something that you don't want to be in, especially once all those teams rushes in. But it's a good thing Axis Esports managed to completely annihilate those teams against them, and we are down to 4.
A snake has been spotted out in the open grounds, and Spade takes those shots. It is gonna be actually not even Spade that gets that knock. Axis X-Roy shuts down Soraya instead. It was the players of Axis tossing in those shots as well. The illusion, it's just all-out chaos here. Open grounds mean this is a free-for-all. Crime MKS, grenade's going to be tossed on, but the ice grenade chipping away at his HP. He doesn't recover. What a snipe! Axel strikes right back, putting fires down on the ground. Axel backs away. Drogon in hand. Space says hello. One more shot by Axel, and he gets that too. Low on HP. He needs to find the recovery. Jumbo flying around. He wants to put Too Fast out of the equation first. Axel Can he be that final damage deliverer? It's a 1v2. He takes the first, but Axel finishes it off. Farang out of the equation. Too fast, the final survivor. Axel back up on the ground. The captain not letting his men down.
2v3 situations about to happen just in case they get close to each other, and the illusion will be an illusion at this point because they will not be seen, but they will be made themselves heard by the opposing team. It is Expand. Pickup is being done right now, but the damage has been received by both players, and Expand will be rushed in. X-Roy, the rusher, and the respawn right here still goes from Axis Esports. Let's see if the Axel will be able to take him down, but no damage has been taken. Expand goes down. Axis is up in here fighting against the illusion.
Exact picking up a double, and once again the rivalry will continue between Axis as well as Expand, but we need to catch up with that a little bit later on. Here comes the final illusion, courtesy of Axis Esports. They circle around, one final player. Booyah, baby! Axis Esports shows up strong once again.
And if I'm not mistaken, they got 12 eliminations in here, plus the 12 on the Booyah. A total of 24 points. And, well, Axis Esports, this is what we want to see from them. We didn't hear of, we didn't hear much from Axis Esports from the beginning, thus the passiveness. And then on the perfect moment, they pull out the aggressiveness, and it was on point, even against Expand and the illusion, who was just there, acting like a mirage, waiting for the perfect moment. But they have been pushed in by the blue.
Look at them acting like they're neat little boys, quickly clearing off the table because they just won the match. Hey, the cam. Great plays out of Axis. And like I said it, man, if it comes out of my mouth, it's going to happen out there on the battlefield. It's the rivalry that continues on between the two. Even though they didn't tell us there's a rivalry, we created one out of nowhere. And it just seems to be the storyline that we're going to be sticking with because the engagement seemed to indicate exactly that. The question is still going to be, who ends up on top by the end of MCPS Season 6? Would it be Expand or is it going to be Axis? And of course, Farang and teams like Ilustrados Juegos waiting to have something to say about that as well. And I know a bunch of clowns are waiting to give exactly what they have in their minds to us as well. But all of that craziness for the grand finals. We know these Titans will get there. I just can't wait to see that action.
Yeah, and speaking of can't wait, AV Radicals can't wait for them to grab all the points that they need, as well as the luck that they need, because it seems like they're very unlucky in most of the games for today. They tried, they clawed, but they still end up falling down, and hopefully they'll be able to get back on their feet.
AV Radicals, they understand the pendulum really well, right? And it was that exact pendulum motion that caught them in the previous MCPS, where we saw them do really well in the group stage, and that pendulum swing went right back, and they have performed so badly in the grand finals. And this time, they're starting off on the backswing first. They're expecting to get into the grand finals with not a lot of momentum, but on the frontward swing, they want to hit high. They want to get the #1 spot. They're trying to play the reverse here. Reverse psycho. I like it. I like the reverse psychology.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if that will be the case this time for Farang, because they are in here still grabbing all those points, still in the top of our leaderboard. And the same goes, as you mentioned, from two Filipinos, Ilustrados Juegos, and the Visionaries. But from what we saw earlier, I mean, I really love how Axis Esports is approaching this. We called for it, we asked for it, and they are giving it to us. So hopefully it continues on, even if there's no, like, hard rivalry, but like personally between these two teams, at least I hope they continue showing that in the battlefield, because it's really exciting.
It's impossible there's no rivalry, man. This you and I, we boys, we know the boys, you know. It's not just these boys, it's any boys. Yeah, boys are competitive. Yeah, there's going to be a rivalry there for sure. At the end of the, and on top of everything else, the stakes are so much higher. You do not have the top two teams going on to the next stage. You don't have two teams being sent, one for the plains, one for the grand finals. You just have one slot for MCPS. The best squad takes it all. The best team gets to play on the world stage. I mean, fingers crossed we have MCPS, whichever the team is, doing great on the world stage later on. But who the team is going to be will be decided from this particular, competition as a whole. And I think it's just way too hot to tell exactly who has got that capability of doing so. But AB Radicals, based on those engagements, I want to think that they are hiding strats, but they just look weak, unfortunately, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, Raymil, we saw a little bit of strength coming from him, especially with the snipes. I mean, he can take down anyone from afar.
Yeah.
But with only like being alone with himself, by himself, there's no follow-up that's happening. Thus, not so much of elimination. But I would agree with you on that. It's good that you can hide strats, maintain yourself in the top 12, and then later on, that's where you slowly show them in the perfect moment.
Yeah.
Though our league stages has been reduced, the number of days, our grand finals is still 3 days, so there's plenty of time for them to really make that move slowly and then just bring in the heat towards the end.
I mean, I think that's crazy, right? Because you are going to have close to what you have within the group stage, all for the grand finals between 12 teams. So, a lot of capabilities for comebacks, but I don't want to see no comeback. I just want to see domination from the start. MVP, exact. And 2 of those hot eliminations picked off of Expand themselves, as this guy went in for that absolute rush. Once again, the engagement between Axis and Expand ends up with a victory for Axis.
Yep, and Axis Esports right now, as we read it, 24 total 24 total points with 12 eliminations right now, bring that at the top. And the Illusion, though it didn't show that much, but they have a lot of elimination, bringing themselves with 20 points, 11. It's matched up with Axis Esports, so a lot of heated battle that was hidden from us that has been made by the Illusion. Expand almost did the same thing. And Fire right now, not really that strong with only 7, but we can see the balance from placement as well as elimination. And this is what we were talking about from the past. But again, you need to put in a little bit of imbalance and gearing towards elimination so that you can bring up your points higher.
Thus far, I believe Axis Esports has got 2 booyahs. Expand has none yet. And on the overall leaderboard, I still do think Expand has got a little bit of a one-up over Axis Esports, even though Axis is currently number 1 right now. But does it change after this match? No, it does not. No, it does not. You may win the battle, but I'm still winning the war, says Expand, as they still are in a better position. 3rd spot, albeit not by a lot at all. 127 points versus 125. Farang is getting a little bit more nervous, but not that much, because Illustrados, with their extra opportunity, haven't been able to really pull out much.
Yeah, both teams has moved up 2 spots. So Expand came from 5th, as now they are in 3rd, and Axis replacing them on that 5th spot. So the rivalry and the chase, the race continues for them. But the difference is only 2 points, and it really makes it difficult though for the ones trying to chase up that one, the 1st and 2nd, because the gap is so huge.
And that's how the team will definitely want to keep that, because it gives you a lot of buffer. But once again, having a solid buffer within the group stage makes a little bit of difference as to how much of money you take away from the group stage as a whole. It makes no difference for what may happen at the grand finals. As we hit the reset button, here we hit the reset with the grouping. There is the same exact 12 teams that'll go in match after match after match. The only thing that does happen to reset is the total number of points. So even if you do falter at the group stage, as long as you perform to your very best, because once again, you're playing for an opportunity on the world stage. Looking at just today and how the matches have been, I cannot wait. I absolutely cannot wait, Neptune.
Yep, exactly. And for those of you who aren't here, hopefully you can wait a little bit, because we just ended 4 matches for today. We're going to follow it up later on with 2 as we go in for a break. Don't go away. 4 matches, 2 to go, and we are about to end day number 1 of this week. And I'm really excited on how it has ended up for some of the teams.
Yeah.
But exciting is the excitement is just building up as we head in to one more map that is predetermined and a random game wherein everything will be put in the mix. On the casters desk, I mentioned the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the Mustachio AJ, and I'm really excited on what's about to happen, AJ.
I am excited too. The games today have been hot. It looks like all of that warm-up phase has been done and dusted with. The teams are ready to go. We see those hot performances coming on through. We see teams slowly climbing up the leaderboard. I'm really excited to see Expand being able to do everything that they've been able to do thus far without a single booyah to their name, which means there's still a lot more to expect. There's still a lot more for this team to show us, and they are capable of doing exactly that, right? We see their climb up to the top. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. But you know, it's been a little disappointing to see the downfall of Team Badut. It looks like this new grouping is not serving them well at all.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to catch up, because if we look at the overall, it's not that far though on the points that they need to be able to get themselves back on number 4.
That's true.
But as we can see, the other teams, they're like, especially for those in the top 2, they're increasing their lead, and yeah, it might not be that near to Team Badut, but the higher they get, I think the debut that they have can bring a lot more once they step in onto the grand finals. A recap right now on the 4 matches that was done is Farang took the first one, Team Badut take the second one, and who's next on the third? And Axis Esports got that Alpine 4th match for today as we step into Nextera, the futuristic map of Free Fire.
Now Team Badut hops right back in, and of course shining the spotlight on them a little bit because they did pick up the booyah on the second map at Purgatory there. Now we move on into Nextera. At Kalahari, Badut only managed to come up with 3 points, so that was very short from them. They have 2 more matches to play. This is absolutely crucial from Badut as well as Visionaries. Both of them are within Group C, and they have now lost their positions on the top 3 spots. So they have to look for those spots right back, and it has to be through some phenomenal plays. Like you said, Neptune, not a lot of points between these teams, so they do not need the world to climb up the overall leaderboard, but they need 2 back-to-back good rounds, and they have to do better than the ones currently dominating the leaderboard.
Exactly, and improvements overall need to be done, especially for Team Badut, because as I am looking at the historical data, they only grab 2 points out of Nextera, and they didn't have, that's only from elimination, not so much in placement. So that was one of the storyline that we saw earlier from one of the teams in, I believe that is coming from AE Sports or probably a different one, but they need to, or they could have done a lot more better because of how they perform in other maps. Nextera is just something new that they need to work on real fast.
Well, we're hopping on into battle, baby. It's Nextera time, and if you've got a sniper, you better store it away. Pick up a shotgun and an assault rifle for yourself, because this map was designed to keep you alive for a long time for a chaotic final circle.
Well, let's see as to where the teams will be dropping off in this map. And one thing that we talked about this is the long distance engagement will now be happening. There will be a lot of cover that can be taken by the teams right now in comparison to what we've seen in Kalahari. And like the number of compounds, I believe in Nextera outnumbers any of the map that we have all throughout in Free Fire. So as the flight path will be coming in from northwest towards the area of Deca Square, wherein the blue is also in there. I think that is a target of AV Radicals, who's currently not yet dropping from the flight.
It's a big map, and like you said, multiple compounds available. Within each compound, it is littered with buildings, so small little defensive huts for you all throughout the map to work around with, which means that final circle is going to have a lot of glue walls that you can spam. AV Radicals looking for the blue circle this time around, but 4 Eyes and squad from Team Badut, they thought that AV Radicals had given up on this. So it's going to be an early scrim. A player from Farang finding himself inside of the blue circle as well. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, and who's next also is a little bit too close to them, but I think they will try to get away from this area. Tanamo right now is in the chase, and there goes ahead against Lucky, and lucky for him, he has been the first one being taken down. Flexons, on the other hand, was able to take down God Kai, and this is how you go into battle. You don't go alone. You need some backup just in case you go down. And it is now trade-off after trade-off, but on the other side, return might be returning, but it will be later because he will be taken down. And who took him down? It's Freedom Rumble.
Ramiel using the teleport machine to get himself towards the opposite side of the map, moving away from Freedom Rumble. Let's see if or not he'll use it again and surprise them, because it is possible as Tactical Intex gets dispatched by Gorilla X squad super early on.
Yeah, I believe that's the battle that has been happening in the northern side of this map.
Wow.
And Tanamura now responded against Freedom Rumble, trying to distract them, probably making them chase him out as Ramiel is trying to go for the flank. But Team Battle right now will try to go and fight against Jambal, but we know what Jambal can do right now. Get away quickly and manage to escape. 45 of the HP and still alive and kicking, but the backstab right now brings him down. Lucky is back, and how lucky is him to take that point.
Yeah, that's the form of Farang that we spotted out at the Free Fire C Invitational. Yeah, C Invitational. And they were ultimately disappointing, my friend. Round after round, they were splitting up. And you can do it at MCPS. You cannot do it at the C Invitational, because every single time they just kept getting caught out. At MCPS, there are still certain circumstances, certain teams that you can get into a team fight against 1v4. And we've seen Farang players walk away from that. They tried the same trick. Didn't work over there. I did not expect them to push the same narrative again, but it looks like they have. Look at how far apart Alif is from Faiz.
Yep, and again, if it's like you are breaking down and not really strengthening your team if you go for a long split. Not only Faiz is a little bit too far, Spade and Alif is also far from both Jembal as well as Fai. So that spread is a little too thin, and we saw so much of teams drop in here. Not quite sure if it's the compound or the drop spot that they have, or probably the invitation of the blue circle that they have, as well as AVR really are chasing from. But speaking of chase of AVR Tanamo takes down Tenshin, and he's still alive and kicking. The illusion will try to target him. Soraya is just waiting on the flank, and Raz as well as Lay is waiting on those drops. So let's see if AB Radical can have that quick response, as Raymil is already going for the flank and will try to snipe out the enemy.
And you see the capability of a team of AB Radicals just with 2 survivors alone, the way they split up, just narrowing the chances of getting the whole team wiped out, and they can handle their own gunfights as well. This is what the capability of some of those teams out there do have on their side, right? Ramiel from afar as well, gonna take Hay out of the equation. Farang gonna be chased down to a corner by Team Battle, and the Clowns will find Faiz and his head, but Spade, as quickly as his partner got taken out of the equation, he brings him right back in.
I love this side of Team Badut. Despite of Farang trying to challenge them one at a time, they're not getting or not giving out any risk. They come in together, they plan an approach, and make sure that they will be able to confirm that elimination without losing any of lives. Though Faiz will be coming back in here, but the point has already been taken by Team Badut. That will increase their number from the stats that we saw earlier. It's only 2 on the elimination and 0 on the placement. But who is on fire right now? It's Gorilla X, after they went in for the battle and won it against Tactical Intex.
Ashura from afar, Woodpecker. Too many players from the side of Gorilla X to deal with. And as he tries to tag one, the other one just shoots right back at him. So great defensive setup out of Gorilla X. If I was Tok Dalang, I wouldn't be pushing the boundaries here. But he knows he has got backup from the rest of his team members. And Gorilla X are overall in a terrible position as they have to wade through the waters now. So he's just trying to play a little bit of his luck here. But you can't take your chances too long. You have to move along with the circle as well. And you do have DL to deal with on the left-hand side as well. And as Ashura leaves the rest of his team members to circle around, DL might just be able to catch them off guard. So this is a risky situation for the squad.
Yep, and a team who's not really making all of those risky moves is SL Riders, because from the start we are seeing them going for the passive approach, as you mentioned, finding the safe zone. Highs right now in here, as he has been spotted. In the moment he shoots him, they just got away from that area, thinking that they might be fired back and also losing their lives. So they're safe right now on high ground. Probably good opportunity to wait for the next stage.
Yeah, nice position up on Farmtopia. Now, they really have to watch their heads, though, because the players from down bottom, they do know that this is a play that they can anticipate. The circle is going to leave them high and dry, so they'll have to move along a little bit later on as DL brings in the full squad right back. Team Tok Dalang. They'll be gathering up with each other, trying to avoid getting sniped out of a sticky situation here.
Yep, and they managed to catapult away from harm, as SLR is also part of where they were originally, and they were spread out though. Lei is the one that's a little bit too near on the next stage. But speaking of near, 3 teams near each other, and okay, it is AV Radicals, Visionaries, as well as Todak, but Todak will be peeling out, and AV Radicals got Kai. They managed to bring back their teammates, and will they be ready to fight against Visionaries?
Visionaries getting the vision, sending out the UAV. That should be able to get them enough information off of the Todak player's position. Another one being sent out as well, and I believe that is courtesy of Dude, Visionary is You see, this is how you name yourself. This is how you name yourself. They are the Visionaries. They've got the vision as well. They literally take the vision out there.
And the thing is, I just remembered, it was from the past. Visionaries is one of the cartoons that I've watched, and well, when I was a kid. So that was a long time ago.
I believe you, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you know, they have the staff with pictures of animals and gods and whatever, and they just put a rhyme, and whatever picture it is, it become real. So it's like magic. Whatever they imagine will be in there. It will become real to fight along them. So hopefully that is well, I'm thinking that is where the name came from. But it might be different, because I know how young players out there are, and they might not be able to catch that series from way back then.
Even if it's not inspired by that, I think there's a very huge similarity between what you just said and what we've been talking about the whole day today, right? Really, you got to focus on your own name. And you just talked about how the Visionaries, they just think of, their own powers or whatsoever, and they get it, and they get to go into battles with them. That's all we're asking of these teams, is believe in yourself and bring out the kind of confident gameplay that we want to see. AV Radicals capable of that. Flies right in. Thanamo barricading himself up first. Needs to pick his team member up. Will he get that? No, Visionaries turn it on him. Twix, Trogon makes that entry, takes him out of the equation. Return and Thanamo out now, as Visionaries had the vision, got that information, and they execute in a timely manner. Toby going for the chase. Godkai with the Max 7 grenade as well. Does he go for the toss? Yes, he does. Finds no one though.
Yep, and Godkai right now, let's see on how much he can put up against 4 members of Visionaries, when we thought that 1 or 2 has already gone down. Godkai will be jumping down in here, followed by Toby, and he has been spotted and taken down. This is what we're talking about. They see a team, visualize themselves to take them down, and they did. Ramiel, the only one remaining for AV Radicals.
Did they just send out another one? Yeah, man, these guys, they just want that bird's eye view all the time. They've got that information to play around with now. But Ramiel has been able to get away quick enough, and he's got 300 gold. So I don't think that's going to be enough to buy his full squad back, unless he's going to get lucky as he rotates around towards the vending machine.
Yeah, let's see if he'll be able to take down a team as well to gather all the gold that he needed. But vending machine is a little bit outside of the next stage and into the hands of the illusion, as Visionaries is just chasing him down. Ramiel right now just moving up, and there you go. will manage to survive
Oh.
though, but will not be able to fly high. Butterfly, and he has been taken down. And AB Radicals though, out of the game. Second chance loss.
Picked himself back up, but unfortunately the players were just there to take quick action. Team Badut, on the other hand, going to be flushed out of the compound here by Freedom Rumble of all people. The train comes on through. Yazid with his grenade. He goes down as well. Asta backs away. Trogon in hand. Yazid picked right back up. And Gorilla X trying to poke their noses in here to this battle as well.
Not only that, we've seen a little bit of gunshots coming from Visionaries as well from afar in the distance. I'm quite surprised how they are making those shots. But SLR also making a few shots against these team, and this is just the battle that we want to see. Compound after compound, team after team, they don't know where to turn and shoot.
They don't know where to turn and shoot indeed, man. But SLR surely do. They managed to take a player of Farang out of the equation. Josh once again sending those shots straight towards Farang. Now Farang in a lot of trouble. Todak going to be able to gatekeep them as they are inside of that next circle. Farang on the other hand are not going to be as lucky. Ooh. Lucky one for Lucky. Oh my god, he doesn't take the headshot.
Yeah, misses that by an inch and only hitting the shoulder. Farang though will need to be careful. They will be jumping into the open and into the sides of the other teams as well. Distance though is quite huge, and this might be a safe spot for them to hide out, but in a few they will be moving as well. 14 remain in this area. SLR on the high ground. Gorilla X, they might be able to take Gorilla X down if in case they can buy the time to go for the rush.
SLR, they are in a good position to make it through to the next circle, but they have to be careful of Gorilla X. They lay out those glue wall melters first, so great anticipation of those defense being erected by Gorilla X. But on their left-hand side is going to be Thoda, so this is going to be a little tough for the Sri Lankans. In the meantime, Freedom Rumble still trying to catch a bunch of clowns. They go in for the full-on flush. TB finds Yazid. Ace straights out TB. It's going to be two players now down from the side of Freedom Rumble. Napis with just a sliver of health. Mini Uzi in hand. Jans with the shotgun. He needs to circle around. One more shot, but he doesn't get it. The Mini Uzi gets the clutch.
And two of them has a Mini Uzi, and Ace though has been brought down but still provide a lot of damage in there. They will survive and they will fight through. Todak on the other hand is just trying to gut and survive against Visionaries who's very near on them, and Twix the only one remaining in this battle. Zendo from Todak trying to get down and gun down anyone from the other side. That was Tok Dalang as well as Barang on this side, and well, managed to get a few. As Spade will try to survive, but Kenshin sliced through that shot.
The illusion. What more can they give us? SLR still alive and kicking. Not yet, SLR. Don't take on Gorilla X just yet. This is a lot of trouble. Visionaries out. Noki with the final shot. Kenshin still playing the game of survival. It's going to be Tok Dalang's bat on the right-hand side. Podat just beyond them. Both of these teams just playing with a single survivor each. So easy pickings for the other squads, but do they engage with each other first before the other teams even get an opportunity here? It is a standoff between Bad and Kenshin, but they are taking those pot shots against the other teams. Here comes SLR. Initiative this time around from the Sri Lankans. It is going to be a double glue wall melter coming on through first. Backstab Mini Uzi for him. It is going to be met with a Drogon. Tamash does get one, but Ace straights out Dynamo at the same time. Tamash touchdown Raja. SLR doing great against Toda themselves.
They have 5 eliminations and still alive and kicking. Noki the only one remaining on the challenge at this point. And let's see if they can be picked up. Gorilla X on the other hand is trying to do the pickup on themselves. But Todak will be taken down. Josh for the hit in the instant. And Gorilla X also will be coming down from the hands of Freedom Rumble. Kenshin is surviving but will be taken down from the side of Freedom Rumble. Recovers, picks himself up, and Tamash right now is the next target.
This is the biggest challenge thus far for the Sri Lankans. Tamash needs to lead the squad alongside Josh. Josh needs to keep those backlines a little bit longer because he is the supreme sniper of the squad. A little bit of interference from Kenshin, shooting towards towards Freedom Rumble could just open this up for the Sri Lankans. But Tashila slowly wrapping around on the left-hand side. It looks like they want to shut down Kenshin first before going in for the final meal against Freedom Rumble. But I think that might just be the wrong equation here. They might just get caught with their pants down. Freedom Rumble slowly closing the distance in. You see those barrage of glue walls being pulled out, but the circle pressuring all of the teams in together. UAV gonna get me sent out first. Information now to the side of Freedom Rumble.
Freedom Rumble will get the information. It's more the action execution that needs to be weighted. But Yazid is going for the fight, finding Kenshin from above and probably taking him down. But this is a risk that they are taking, being damaged by the blue. Has been taken down. The 2 goes down from hands of from SLR. And there you have it. A chance for Sri Lanka to take this bull. You only need to manage to do one more. And there you have it.
They did it.
Sri Lanka remains alive for that booyah.
They did it! The formula has been perfect! The Sri Lankans finally step up their gameplay, surviving long enough to get into that final circle. This time, they took their chances, man. No more first game jitters. This is what we're talking about. Get yourselves into the grand finals, and they are showing up late, but I'll take late than absolutely never. Good on you, SL Riders. And it is not just getting into the final circle this time, bro. They got a booyah!
Exactly. And again, it is a process. They started with getting in the final circle and then later on gathered a lot of points when they are confident enough. And I felt the confidence in them as they slowly moved up team after team, battle after battle, and they grabbed that final moment. There's also a little bit of mistake coming from Freedom Rumble, focusing on Kenshin and losing a few of those HP on the blue, but that is something that SLR really has like SLR has planned along. They stepped together and they know how to put themselves, even Boss, when they were attempting to get by and try to go against Kenshin, because they know the risk that is involved.
This is exactly what I wanted for Sri Lanka. And dude, they're clearly listening to the broadcast because they followed that exact same strategy. Stay hidden, get into the final circle, pop off, do just enough, get into the finals. That's all I want for them. They don't need to win out MCPS. I just want to see them play extra few days. You can get smashed. I don't care what happens during the grand finals, but they need to give themselves that confidence that it can be done, because I know the whole region will show up much stronger in MCPS Majors Season 7 for sure. Looking at what SL Riders have been able to do so far with this phenomenal, and I mean, come in, let's face it, Neptune, it was the perfect strategy from the very start, right? Even the drop spot that they took was not on the outside perimeter this time around. And that was how they have been starting the competition all week long last week. 2 days, always at the very corner. By the time they make those long rotations, they always get capped out. This time, they place themselves close enough towards the mid of the map, and that just required them to not really travel around. A huge, big advantage, but even when the traveling time did come through, they made it through, man. I mean, the strategizing this time was so good, and they got so many eliminations.
Exactly. And hopefully they are doing a lot more, not only in execution, but in the study. Because you won't be able to survive that long if you didn't study the drop spot of the other teams, as well as the rotation that they're taking. And with the most teams being shown in broadcast, they can trace out where they can move at the safest spot, and that is what they did right now. Nextera is only the beginning for the team of SL Riders. They can go back map after map and probably bring themselves into that grand finals later on, especially if they continue the same formula all throughout.
Geek Fam proved that it was possible. Just a single day of great performance. All I want to tell SL Riders is, if you could do it this one time, you can do it again. There's no way. There's no way you can't pull this off again. Geek Fam did it. 1 day was all it took for them to be in relegation zone. And they were buddies at the start with SL Riders. They were both down at the very bottom, but Geek Fam peeled away. They went into the top 5. A little bit of a different situation here as they drop a couple of ranks. A few other teams are waking up, but they did so much in that 1 day that they don't need to stress about the performance anymore. SL Riders, on the other hand, they're waking up late, but it is still a possibility. And the flower that usually blooms the last, dude, it smells the best.
Yeah, well, let's see on how well it will be smelled in here and once they step in onto the grand finals, because I know it's tough for SL Riders. There's not so much that we've seen from them, especially in the first week, and that's a lot already that can be offered by the team. 2 weeks or 2 weekends per se for league stage is not enough for SL Riders to really make do. But I love how they're starting it off right now. And as you mentioned, we better have it late than never, and we still have one more map. So regardless what it is, hopefully they can get another good game that can bring up their points. But one that really bring in a lot of points is MVP. This is Yasid from Freedom Rumble with 4 eliminations right here, and we saw them really faltered, and now is a chance for them to really get back up. But those moving up right this game is the Booyah Takers, SL Riders, with 22 in the total.
I definitely want to highlight Josh once again. He has been on an upward trend the whole day today. Josh, even in those rounds where they have not managed to get in as the top 3 teams, he was still bringing out those eliminations. And not only do they get the Booyah, we've seen teams get the Booyah, but play such a slow game that they purely depend on the 12 points. Not SL Riders this time. 22 points. What a phenomenal performance out of Sri Lanka. I want to see more of this. Freedom Rumble stepping it up as well, 18 points. The Illusion with a 13. Toda picking up 12 for themselves this time round. And look at where AV Radicals, Visionaries, and Farang are on the other hand.
Yeah, they are second page right now. And when we thought Visionaries have been doing well, especially with how much they won the battle against AV Radicals, that's just it. It was cut off after that. They weren't able to get near all the chaos that we were seeing in there on the compounds that SL Riders were. And quite surprisingly, they are far from harm's way, but they are the ones being taken down early. Thus, those in the battle, like SL Riders, Gorilla X, they can dominate in the number of points that they can grab, as well as the placement. But it is SL Riders who take that booyah.
I have nothing else to ask. I mean, I usually have a lot of demands from the players out there, but I think I am getting everything that I wanted from this day. Everyone that we have been asking to see a little bit more from have been able to deliver. The rivalry between Axis as well as Expand has been, also enjoyable to watch, and a delight to kind of tune on into, right? We kind of missed that. We missed that action because they were taking a break. And thank God they have been thrown into the exact same group, because even up until the final match of the group stage, we're going to see that rivalry played out down to the final game, man. I'm looking forward to that one as well. And this next one, it's going to be an absolutely random map as well, Neptune.
Yep, exactly. We are going to pull up a randomizer later on to dictate which map these teams are going to play. And I bet you if it will be Nextera, I'm cheering for SL Riders once again, because again, this team has been in there at the bottom, and they just need that break. And this might be the break that they need to get that motivation as well, not only the points that they gathered.
I'm going to put all of my energy onto Nextera right now. Come on, give me a Nextera. I just want to see some back-to-back performance. Remember, this was one of the storylines that we were building as well. As the teams that are on the lower end of the overall leaderboard start to wake up, we're going to see the opportunities ripped away from the Titans. And that's exactly what happened in the lobby as well. I mean, the 3 teams that were supposed to do well in the lobby had a downward performance, unfortunately, in that matchup, right? So let's cross our fingers that is going to be the case. Now, we were spotting out the teams of SLR. Unfortunately, although I'm crossing my fingers for Nextera, forgot they're from Group A, bro. Group A is not going to be playing the final match. It's going to be Group B versus C. So unfortunately, SL Riders will have to wait. That was the final performance of the day. But hopefully the impact that they have been able to bring into that matchup, the momentum is going to be carried on to tomorrow as well. That was a great end to their day of play.
Yeah, exactly. And well, one thing that really we didn't point it out is from the first match that we saw, they did well. They gathered 12 points in that match. And they might have lost Alpine. Probably it's more of the map familiarity or being caught off guard with the other teams. But once they step in Nextera, and this is one thing, new maps gives advantage to those who do their homework. They could have studied this so much that they can beat every team in the rotation, and they need to, because you don't want to be caught out in the open, similar to what we've seen from SLL Riders.
Now Farang won't be able to pick up any more points. I cannot say the same for Mr. Ilustrados Luegos, because they are in the second spot. They have got one more game, but they'll have to fight it off of the whole Geek Fam Axis rivalry. They have to fight it away from Geek Fam. If we get Kalahari for this next map, these guys can all kiss that game goodbye, because Geek Fam is going to rise up to the occasion once again. There are a lot of things that can still happen in this final game.
And I guess so. There's a chance for Ilustrados Juegos, if they overcome all those obstacles, a chance for them to grab a lot of eliminations and also the Booyah and beat Farang on that #1 spot. And if I'm not mistaken, the number of points that they need right now is reachable, especially with how they are. I might be mistaken though, because earlier on it was just one Booyah as well as 12 elimination points, but right now I think it has changed already based on their performance. So we'll have to see if they can break another record, but that's too much, AJ.
It might just be too much, man. I mean, maybe we're gonna get Purgatory. Maybe we're gonna have the gods of RNG just give a opportunity to visionaries to maybe find a little bit of an adjustment here before the day comes to an end. If Ilustrados Juegos is going to be in here, maybe their prayer is going to be answered. Maybe we go to Bermuda. Maybe they stand a good chance at Bermuda, because of course we know Farang being the best team at Bermuda thus far within the group stage. But they're not playing the next map, so GGWP Farang. You're probably going to lose it to Ilustrados if this goes over to Bermuda. I think the consistency out of Ilustrados Juegos thus far at Bermuda has been there. And how many points do they need to catch up? Maybe 20, 30 points? I think they need
30 points, 30 plus points, I believe so. Because Farang did well in the previous matches, so like the race continues for that #1 spot.
Nah, dude, if they need 30 points, they need a massive record-breaking run on Bermuda. So two things need to go right. Bermuda needs to be the first thing, and then a massive run. And nothing going wrong at all throughout that whole lobby for them. They end up breaking the total record at MCPS Majors Season 6 in terms of the number of points picked up. Current record stands at 28. If they can do that, then the Philippines have the #1 spot back.
And if I'm not mistaken, they are the ones who grabbed that record. 28 points is coming from Ilustrados Juegos.
That is true.
So if it's only a few points, Revival can help as well with the additional points. 32, not quite sure if we've seen a 32. 30, I believe, in other seasons, but 32 would be a whole record overall, and like entirely for MCPS.
Yeah, just pull a Michael Phelps, bro. You just set a record, break your own record. Who's going to swim against you? Only the dolphins, all right? The Dolphins don't do well on land. They definitely don't do well on Purgatory, not on Bermuda, not on Kalahari. You pick a map, the Dolphins can't run it. We have to bring it to the seas.
I'm going to ask you, AJ, this time around, can you do the sound?
No. The answer is always going to be no. The dolphin sound is a little bit of a challenge. If you get it wrong, then it turns into comedy, bro. And I love some good comedy, but I am not a part of the comedy. I make the jokes, I am not the joke. All the time, not all the time. Sometimes.
Not all the time. Yeah.
Sometimes.
I make the joke, but mostly dad jokes. So.
You're allowed to. You're a dad. We're still waiting for the final match. A little bit of a technical issue in the background that we're trying to sort out. Once we get that out of the way, we'll bring the randomizer out for you guys. We'll tell you guys exactly which map are we going to be hopping on into before taking a quick short break. Alternatively, we could take a quick short break, sort the technical issue out, and then come back and tell you guys the map as well. But we will allow production to tell us exactly which route they're going to be taking. In the meantime, Neptune, let's look at what we have to offer here, right? Because final game is between teams B and C. And the overall leaderboard is pretty much being dominated by the members of teams B and C.
Yeah, and the thing is, if they continue this on, one thing is, if yes, they can get a rest. Teams B or C can get a rest in other maps in a day, but they don't have so many days to play with. And not only that, there's only a few instances where proficiency comes into play, because you only play one specific map per day. So if we were looking at Bermuda, and probably like Farang was thinking that most of the time there's 2 instances of Bermuda in a day. That is one thing that they can take advantage of, but it doesn't happen. The thing is, once they step into their favorite, they grab a lot of points, and they make the adjustment as well on the other maps. So let's see if those teams from Group B and C, given that Farang is not in the mix, Ilustrados Juegos, big shout out to you. Hopefully you can hear this. You can do the same thing for today and tomorrow, then you might be able to be on that number 1.
I mean, I think you brought up a great point here, man. Farang bringing the adjustments in to, of course, their own best map, being the biggest fragger on Bermuda thus far. And they also took the dominance back on Purgatory, because at the start of the day, it was Teams Visionary as well as Team Badut who were dominating Purgatory. And Farang has equalized. I mean, yes, they don't play anymore, but they've got a total of 51 points played on Purgatory thus far. So, I mean, that just shows the quality that the number 1 squad on the overall leaderboard has got to bring to the competition. This is OG Farang. Farang has shown this so many times, but I hope they don't pull an AB Radicals from the previous season.
Well, we'll have to see if that is the case, because you might be doing well in the league stage, where some of the teams who are hiding strats, not really aiming for that number 1, will not be a challenge for you. But once we get in grand finals, wherein that is what was felt by AB Radicals from the past, then that will put you in trouble, because you will lose not only that number 1 spot or any prize pool connected to the top spot, but also the chance to move in onto the World Series.
Once again, Farang showed up disappointingly after qualifying through for the FFSI off of the MCPS Majors Season 5. We thought that, OG Farang is back. We were so excited because, of course, Expand was going to have a little bit of competition. But my, oh my, were we shocked. And I think they were trying to play new strats against teams that you should not be trying new strats against. I mean, maybe, you want to be adjusting some things because, like you say, Neptune, go in there, do your research, look at the drop spots, plan your route in towards the final circle. Perhaps those elements did come into play as well for them to pull a re-strat before they approached FFSI. But there was this one strat that I could not figure out. Match after match after match, they go in for the drop and they split apart. They were taking solo battles everywhere. And I'm talking about solo battles against teams like E-Arena, against teams like Flash, who were punishing Malaysia, against EVOS. I mean, everybody. They were just eating Farang up alive. It was pretty crazy. Dude, you have the world champions, the 2-time world champions, EVOS Phoenix in there as well. And you take a split drop like that, you were asking for it. And they literally were at the bottom of the leaderboard at FFSI. Even Expand did so much more better than them. They finished in the 6th spot overall, which is a tremendous performance. One of the best in Southeast Asia, which is why I'm expecting more from them within MCPS. I mean, if they are one of the best in Asia, they should easily dominate MCPS.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. And I guess it's more of forgetting the basics. Well, remember when you started playing Battle Royale? Say it's when you started playing Free Fire. You want to stick with your team on your drop spot.
That's true.
That's a great comparison to what we have in there shown by Farang. So it's just within a match, that's where you grow out of the years of experience that you have. Slowly, you be cautious. Like from the start, you become cautious, and then later on, that's where you bring in a little bit of what you learn along the way, and hopefully that will be seen from the other teams.
And when, of course, I said Expand took the 6th spot, I mean in the group stages. In the grand finals, they got punished a little bit, but we'll keep that storyline for another day as we continue to talk on Expand instead of Farang. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, the randomizer. get the ball. Booyah! And only extra! Welcome back, survivors. This is the MCPS Majors Season 6 brought to you by Garena Free Fire. We are down to the final battle of the day. A little bit of a technical error that we needed to take out of the equation just so that we could give you guys the best viewing experience. And we are at that point right now. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming. We are your casters for the day. And we are still waiting, Neptune, for the randomizer.
Yeah, we still don't have a view of which map the teams have been playing and will be playing. And so far, we've put out a lot of insights already in some of the maps wherein teams might be taking advantage, but we cannot take it away from those who are really done so much, especially for those in the race on that #1 spot. Ilustrados Juegos, though it's quite far on the number of points that they need, but hopefully they can bring themselves a little bit more higher, very close to where Fire is.
For the sake of AE Sports, I want to go to Bermuda, bro, because that has been their best map thus far. And we all know how AE Sports started off day one with 2 booyahs to their name. And unfortunately now, they are in relegation zone. They are in the 17th spot and we only have 18 teams. So, I mean, if there's a time to hustle, it's right now.
Yep, it is right now. And speaking of those who hustle, these are the teams that really hustled and grabbed that booyah. We have Farang, Team Barud, who's next, Access Esports, and of course, we have SL Riders. And because of this, moved themselves up a little bit higher on 16, but let's go into the randomizer right now and let's see where we are going to land. And it is on Nextera, but unfortunately SL Riders is not fighting anymore.
Oh man,
we asked for
it. We got what we wanted, and SL Riders are just watching from the sidelines, singing probably a good Sri Lankan song in their head, but they don't get to play this map, my friend. I'm sorry, guys. I tried, huh? I tried, okay? Your big brother tried, okay? We went all out. We even got the map, guys. But you guys don't have the right groups.
Thing is, like, we can try and think and manifest that they will be playing, but I mean, it's already preset. They're not included.
Can't manifest against something that's preset.
Exactly. But the thing is, I mean, this day alone, AJ has brought in a lot of what we're talking about. Words that has been put out, names that has been pulled out in here that really change your game, even the expectation, even things that we were not expecting, but because of the power that they had bring on a lot of hopes and dreams to be alive in this matchup.
My eyes are still on 2 teams, Access Esports and Expand. Expand has not given me a booyah yet. I want a booyah, sir. I want that booyah now. I don't care where we go, but I want to see them deliver a booyah. But the question is, even as they take that booyah, are we going to see them be outdone by Access Esports again? Because the good start from Expand has managed to buffer their slightly subpar performance as opposed to what Access has been able to do so far. And through that, Access has been able to narrow the gap little by little by little. And now the gap is way too narrow. Now the gap's just 2 points. One game is going to make the difference. This is that game.
Yep, exactly. And if in case the booyah happens, it also is not that far from those above them. Team Barut is 3 points ahead, and also Visionaries is 7 points ahead. And the same goes for Ilustrados Juegos. Is it reachable? Yes, a good match. We'll be able to bring them in there, but again, let's aim for the more realistic. Visionaries, number 3 spot, 1 booyah. That's what we're asking for them, and also for them to leave behind Access Esports in this rivalry. that we built.
You know, if there's one thing that I've learned in my quite amazing life thus far, Mr. Neptune, is that when you want to ask something from God, you can just ask the universe. He usually gives it to you. So if you want to ask for it, Expand, I want a 30-point bomber in this matchup. And you're going to be able to overtake Ilustrados Fuegos themselves. But of course, that is only providing Ilustrados has a subpar performance, getting under 10 points. If Ilustrados bomb out at the very start of the game, all Expand needs to do is focus on a simple booyah, and they walk away with the spot number 2 behind Farang, the ones that they're gonna be aiming for at the grand finals, baby. This is gonna be the final battle of the day at Nextera, Neptune.
Yeah, and this is crunch time already for the team, because after this, we are left with only 1 day. But focusing back on Nextera, it will now be, the flight will be coming in from the south, and it is heading towards Intellect Center. So we are aiming for those who really started off the battle earlier hot to be spread away from each other so that they can gather all the resources needed, as well as really start to warm up before they go for initial engagement. So far, I don't think there will be any initial hot drop right now. Let's see, for those heading into Intellect Center, there might be a rivalry that started earlier because one of the teams, if I'm mistaken, has been brought down early.
Veteranism from everybody else, but AE Sports versus who's next? This is gonna be a hot battle, baby. The Filipinos versus the Malaysians, and it's gonna be Adam that finds the first one. Mac 10 straight off, going in for the POC. Rabzik backs him up as well. M1014 in hand. They will find the drop onto Yadov. One player out of the equation. 3 more to go. Adam does manage to get that one elimination point. It's going to be the UAV sent out as well. Information will be obtained by who's next. So AE Sports, they better play this well.
Yeah, let's go right now, trying to get away from harm as he runs away from 2 players of AE Sports. Adam, though, this is the fragger of a team, and let's see if he'll be able to do that once again. But against 3 players of who's next is really the ones taking the lead in eliminations. They need to be careful. Not only that, they are in between Todak, who's just waiting in those bridges, and we know when bridges are in there, bridge comp might be happening.
It is gonna be a punishing disengagement here. AE Sports running away from who's next, but perhaps straight into the hands of Toda. The team has split off into a buddy system here, and you can see traps. Keeping an eye on them. They're just waiting for that opportune moment, because this is not a position Toda wants to be holding on to, not so early in the game. They need more loot for themselves.
Yep, and I believe with the placement that they have, the place that they drop on, it's only a few compounds that they can loot for. Thus, they need to go and split up. And also, some of the teams right now slowly moving in expand onto the other side, gathering all the resources, trying to get away. Visionaries on their target. Gen X will try to run away. Did so. 3 floors above, bars back, and let's see who goes down. Gen X does, because the Axel goes for the backup.
That's what I'm talking about. Expand hot strike press. Is that the 3rd elimination from the guy? Living up to his name, but here comes Toda. They take the opportune moment, but do they have enough loot now to engage in the open with who's next? Dress has got the MP5 in hand. Swen and let's go. Repositioning the players on the side of Toda. Not bad, the loot. 2 glue walls though for Zen. Thank goodness this is Nextera.
Yeah, Nextera right now provides a lot of cover so that they will not be shot out in the open. But Zen right now a little bit too deep and missed that jump. They might be caught off guard right now. Tress with only 2. This might be the chance for him to bring him to that 3. But Let's Go is just going all the way. Backstab capability from him, plus the weaponry. Goes in for the shot, managed to damage a lot. Raja, though, will be recovering himself with that glue wall, and they survive. 1-3 split, though. Raja will be left behind. Rotation still being done by the rest of the team.
Big brain plays at the Intellect Center. I expect no less from the teams. Using their wit to outdo each other. And Team Toda is going to be using the outer perimeter of the Intellect Center to find a little bit of cover as they rotate around to play the safer zone. This is going to be inside of the circle, so they do not need to rush in towards another circle. They just need to deal with who's next first. This is still going to be a big fight between them. UAV information gameplay here first from who's next. They get the full information off of Todat now. They know the positions. All they need to do is find a good execution. But just beyond the horizon, Axis Esports thinking about crossing a bridge, meeting the teams on the other side.
Yeah, let's see if that is the case for them, because they really need to gather up a lot of points right now since they are below the team of Expand that the rivalry has started from this competition. But back to, or going to who's next, back to who's next. Let's see if they'll be able to do a lot more of damage. Yes, indeed, Raja receives a little bit, but okay, getaway has been done, but no takedown just yet. Let's go right now is in a rush, and there goes a knockdown. Who follows through? Sven responds, and it is a trade-off.
Let's go. Beautiful plays, and he will get Raja as well as he backs away. Beautiful. As he trails away, that shot to recover! Cluster out of nowhere! Yadop with a double! Traps all alone inside of the circle. He gets tagged as well. Yadop, all he needs to do is just to smash down this glue wall. Traps gonna be erecting a double glue wall on response from the other side. Yadop circles around, final engagement, and he gets picked up. It is a 1v2, but the backup from Tress puts the final bullet in the coffin. Yadop gets picked right back up. Who's next? 7-0 up already.
Who's next right now? Asking who's next on the list of them to be taken down. A lot of smart gameplays in there, especially prioritization on that pickup, because compared to what we've seen, who's next who going for the pickup first before going for the chase gave them that advantage. But speaking of chase, battle and chase is going on, and Freedom Rumble against No Life both goes for trade-off.
See if another they can find is No Life. Still haven't taken away Kizo's life just yet. It's all about the names, baby. It's all about the names. Victory backing away. M1014 in hand. Rice finally finds Asta. No Life circling on around. Kaz in a lot of trouble. M1887 in hand. Ace gets dropped as well. P90. What a waste as the players circle around him. Kizo down on the ground. Nap is all alone. The final survivor out of Freedom Rumble. He's rumbling away. He's trying to run as quickly as his feet can carry him.
But the thing is, he might be running into the harm's way, like Axis is already holding in, but he has been spotted. Napi's right now, fire back, and try to take down Cass, but a backstab in here might cost him his life as well as the team, but managed to get away from the window. Shots coming from afar. X-Roy leading that shot as well as that hit, but no, the battle continues into the room, and victory goes down. But unfortunate for Freedom Rumble, they crumble once again. No Life right now took 4 life in this battle.
A great play by Napis, man. If only he had a little bit of backup there, so much of difference could have been made, but No Life gets a that bit lucky. They caught a team with the pants down, and they were able to take that opportunity to smash them to the ground. Expand, circling around from outside of the current blue zone. As the next circle's right in front of them, they're not going to have to travel all that too much. But look at this, UAV sent out. Team Barot spotting out Geek Fam.
And on to the left-hand side, we have a new contender against who's next. This is the guys next on the list, Axis Esports right now. Let's go a little bit too deep in behind enemy lines, but still good visual against Axis Esports. They just need to be quiet right now to take advantage, because as you can see on the map, some of the players for the side of who's next is still outside of the next play zone. So they need to be careful and not put all those eliminations their head right now. But the battle is now happening onto the other side. Team Barot and Ilustrados Juegos. The battle for the number 2 spot continues.
Good plays from 4 Eyes, but down on the ground though. Flex does manage to get the trade away, and Eklog out of nowhere. There is the trade right back though. Eklog goes down. The Drogon couldn't help him out. Lucky will put the final bullet in the coffin. Ilustrados out of the equation this time round. It's all up to the Visionaries if they want to make the Philippines proud.
This is what we called for, and if Ilustrados Juegos have a bad day, Expand might be able to do good in this match, and let's see if they will be able to catch up to that number 2 spot. But the battle continues on the other side. Axis has left the building. Who's next is going against No Life. Now, this is a team that really lives up to their name. Let's see if they'll be able to change that. Let's go right now. Will be damaged. Managed to get away. Vehicle already waiting for them for the peel out, and Victory is just waiting as well to release that grenade.
Who's next is just waiting for the next victim. And no life has arrived. I don't want to make no assumptions, but I think I know what's about to happen. Yadop, you cannot sustain that. Hey, gets away Woodpecker, although it does penetrate through the armor. They just couldn't find those quick enough shots. Rice does have the RGS-50 in hand as well. So here comes those grenades. Great play. Does find the penetration. Tress taken down. And here comes the Tatsuya burst as well. No life going in for the push. Unexpected pressure coming through from the team that has been struggling thus far. Grenades from down bottom. It is going to be the Trogon in action as well. Tress in a lot of trouble. Cass gets traded out. It's going to be Swen for the backstab. And out of nowhere, it's going to be Victory as well. Can really allow out that HP. Let's go and Tress drops. Swen out of the equation. Who's next? Bag. No life. Take away lives for the first time.
No life really answering the question if they can fight back. The answer is yes, and they are taking a lot of life right now with 9 elimination already under their belt, and I don't think they will be stopping. Axis, the one team who could have challenged Who's Next earlier, is now going for the battle against Visionaries, and let's see who has the vision to take them down, or will they be the family that stick together that can bring Visionaries down?
Dude, they may have no life, but they've got the fight, baby. I like to see this, even when they are in that final spot. You see that fight out of that. Mano 4, CQC, and he fights Ken. Beautiful. They trap each other in a little compound like psycho lovers. And they take each other's lives. If you cannot love yourself, don't look for love from others. Okay, that's the PSA of the day. Gen X down on the ground. Glue wall melter is going to be laid out. Here comes Axis. This time around, Geek Fam just beyond the corridor. It's going to be a 3-way fight between them and the Visionaries.
And Visionaries right now, though they lost Gen X into the battle, 2 of them has been revived, is ready to rumble. Geek Fam, though, they have a good advantage. 2 on the top and 2 at the bottom, but they have been taken down right now, and those peeking in from, I believe, higher ground just needs to wait and be silent. But Visionaries right now is trying to target different team, and it is now Axis, 2 remaining member, Exact, as well as Mano 4, TB, as well as X-Man on the other side. Not too far, though, on the engagement, but Geek Fam, they had advantage to really go on to shots against the enemies, but I think they also have, they will be seen and shot at later on.
Let's see if another Geek Fam can survive this. I mean, they're just trying to take out someone else because they're jealous that they all have the same exact idea here. Take the high ground, avoid the gunfights, stay alive for as long as possible, because those are the only people that have got clear line of sight against them, man. Yeah. So it's a good idea. They find a tag, and they find the elimination. Not just yet. Axis Esports, a couple of players going to be dropping right above Geek Fam. This is a hot drop. Exact down. We need to watch this fight. Let's go. Exact. And it is X-Roy. They drop on NFE. They take them out. But on the opposite side, what's happening?
Yeah, let's see what's happening on the opposite side right now. Still remains Geek Fam firing back, and when we thought that could have been a different team, we are now seeing the battle continues. Visionaries, though, pickup needs to be done for the rest of the teammates. 3 is now bleeding out, but with the blue, who will be closing in later on, they might be in trouble, as well as Geek Fam, who is above them. TB, Team Battle, is just waiting for them, and Ken, who just dropped by in here, has been shot at without even landing and not pulling out those parachutes.
Let's see if Yasta can pull this off. Oh my goodness, one mess up with a charge buster, and you will have to pay for that Trogon. Just a better shotgun this time around. You really have to pull that off with skill, and you need a little bit of defense if you're going to be playing around with the charge buster. None of the two, unfortunately, spotted in that engagement. No life on the other hand. So much of fight in them as Axis Esports gets put out of the equation. Expand, they are going for the Booyah, but they've got a big fight in No Life this time.
And let's see if No Life can bring in the fight. against them, and we thought they will be taken down, especially in how Axis has dropped in above them. But Expand will try to gun them down before anyone does. Again, Expand will need to get a lot of points right now to reach that number 2 spot, as well as grab at Booyah, and Team Badut might also add up to those points. Everyone jumping into one window, and the rush is on. Targets all around. 2 boss, 10 out 10, and a lot more of those shots can bring them down.
Yeah, beautiful shots coming through from Too Fast out of the farmers here. Just managed to get one knock, and the Punisher as well. He does manage to get the delete before the player gets picked right back up on his feet. Too Fast getting the damage done. Tier 3 gun out there on the battlefield, and it is going to be able to put on the hurt. A very accurate gun from afar. The damage is not too high, but if you're going to be spamming it like Too Fast, you've got the skills to pull it off. Tactical Index on the other hand. A couple of glue wall melters right in front of them. Team Visionary aiming for their heads.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to also pop those heads right now. But NFE No Life is also starting losing their life. I think it's only Victory who's alive in there, but they will be eaten by the blue. Tactical Index, though, they've lost a Luffy into the battle. Zipnu aims, and Red 5 slowly moving in. Victory right now, gunned down inside that blue wall, and No Life is already no more. Expand right now with 9 elimination, though they might be able to take down Tactical Index because of the noise that they made.
Yeah, great plays all the way through from No Life. Unfortunate, Tactical Index just the better team out there. Just too much of chaos to deal with. They lost that initial man, didn't have the firepower to deal with a 4-man stack on the side of Tactical Index. But now the circle going to be forcing all of these teams to come in here for a tight little group hug. Let's see if or not that happens. Lucky from Team Badut, still alive and kicking. Visionaries aiming for that Booyah for themselves as well, but Redface has got a little bit of the compound to work around with.
A lot of teams targeting Expand. This might be costing them that Booyah. Too Fast has been taken down too fast because of gunshots from all sides. They have Crime right now committing what he does best, and there you go, backstab against Chessman, but he goes down from the hands of Twix. The Axel and Cobra, the only 2 remaining, and the pickup needs to be done. Aims right now, great aim. Visionaries has been taken down. Tactical Index and Expand. This be the clutch that we are waiting for. Tactical Index, a 3v2 situation. Zipner right now with a backstab, and there goes Cobra, and there is a 1v1, AJ.
It's all up to Axel, but he goes down. Tactical Index, they will get the final elimination. So close and yet so far, but Tactical Index, they woke up on the final match of the day. They were in the 13th spot the last time we checked in on the team, and we were talking about how this was one of the last few options, and they took that opportunity for themselves. Definitely in the top 12 now.
Yeah, top 12 indeed, and all they have to do is do the same thing for the last day of league stages, and they can hop on to the grand finals. But that will be an expense of one team that they will be pushing down. The question is, who will it be after that battle?
I mean, Tactical Index getting a little cheeky. As one of the team members just falling asleep. Yeah, I guess the hustle was just a little bit too much. Poor guy is embarrassed. Love the cheekiness. Tactical Index, they deserve the victory for sure. Great plays towards the final circle. Great decision making as well. And the gunfight up against Cobra and Axel. And, you know, I always saw it going the way of Tactical Index, mainly because of that wraparound. They had the flank and they had caught the backs of Expand, and we saw the snipes straight towards the back of Axel. But the problem here was on that final engagement, as they both hopped on in to the safer zone, we saw Axel move out of the way and Cobra got shot. How unfortunate, right? Axel gets away, but just didn't have enough life.
Yeah, exactly. And well, it is now review the highlights from all of the engagement that we saw earlier. This is where we saw NFE as well. No Life really proves us wrong in terms of that determination. But again, it might be the name, them countering the name itself, thinking that yes, we can bring it back to ourselves right now, despite of how we are named. But it doesn't change the fact that they are still below the top 12. So they need to double up, especially after this day. They need one more day of good fight, 4 more matches for all of the teams by tomorrow.
I mean, all out great matches today. I cannot complain. Today was a day where if you love a good game of Free Fire, you love to kick back and watch some pro action out there. Yeah. MCPS delivered, the teams delivered, the underdogs delivered, some of the underperforming teams delivered. And you know what? We didn't see a all-out big showdown between Axis and Expand, but that was one of the main points that we were trying to focus in on as well. Will Axis catch up finally with their final opportunity, or will Expand run away? And I guess it is the latter.
Yeah, well, that is the answer to that question, because we've seen a performance in this match. We just need to get the numbers later on. But again, I would agree with you. This day is something else. Questions has been answered. Even expectation has been broken for some of the teams, and those who are trying to catch up and move up did so. Even for those that fans out there might have no way of thinking that they'll be able to get that booyah, and I'm talking about SL Riders. We ask and we receive. They grab the booyah, they grab all the points, but unfortunate for them, the next tire map that we asked for, they were not playing. Thus, the battle and story continues for the other teams. It just needs to end that final page for today to see on who moves up and if it's enough.
I hope it hurt their hearts that we got to go to Next Era and they didn't get to play it. Well, next time, make great use of your opportunities. But I have to say, once again, props to SLR. Today's the day they stepped it up, man. Dude, even Expand doesn't have a booyah yet. SLR got a booyah, okay? It's big, it's huge. Okay, the Sri Lankans deserve it. They're still struggling in the grand scheme of things. They are definitely still struggling, but they're no longer in that one final spot. At least the last match that they played, they were no longer in that one final spot because of that performance. You know, we just need to see they only have 4 more games, but give me 2 average games, 1 booyah, and 1 okay game, and you're in the grand finals.
Let's see. I mean, that's very specific. Well, not very specific, but halfway specific, because we don't have the numbers, because we don't want to put in the numbers and then it will be answered and still unable to reach that level. So let's leave it as that. And at least AJ has set the challenge for SL Riders. And one more thing that I noticed, because we saw a great performance coming from SL Riders because they were at the bottom. Now, before this match, No Life was the bottom, and they did pull out great engagement, great battle, because they don't want to be left in there. So that might be the case. You just want to crawl up because there's no way but up. There's just the floor in there, and you cannot go past 18.
But some teams have gone splat and then they stay on that last spot, you know. So fingers crossed, it is not going to be like that for any of the teams here at MCPS. But I have to say, I've been teasing Expand all day long. I obviously can't be one-sided to any team. I really like what Expand has done for the Malaysian scene in the recent past. But there have been teams that have been consistently outperforming them. Those were the 2 past days. But today, the best performing team, even though we did not see a booyah, even though we didn't really see a lot of hot action from Expand, they are the best performers. Total of 70 points. But the MVP for the final match, though, No Life, bro. From the 18th spot, they literally were out of lives. They just had to play for one final opportunity, and they found exactly that. 8 eliminations, 20 points. You see, when the heat gets turned up under your bum, what happens?
You get up because you don't want it to burn.
They were in the 13th spot by the time we moved on into this matchup. Tactical Intex was showing up slow for a little bit, and we were wondering what was going to happen to them. But now pretty much in the guaranteed top 12 for them out of the 20 points. Expand manages to equalize with the 20 points here, but since they do not have the booyah, they have to stick for the second spot. No Life down in the third place here. This is a superb performance from them with a total of 17. Visionaries with the 16, 8 of the placements, 8 of their eliminations. Team Badut on the 12, and who's next, pulling away 10 points down in the 6th place.
Yep, and Access Esports with 8 points and 7, 5 for Geek Fam, though they stayed long in there enough to grab a 4th placement. Illustrados Huecos, though, has been taken out with only 1 elimination and 3 on the total points. Todak with 2, AE Sports with only 1, and Freedom Rumble has crumbled once again, being taken out too soon in a game. And let's check out overall standing. If it has changed that much, it doesn't, though a few more can bring them to the next level up. No Life also moved up right next to SL Riders.
I mean, dude, let's take a look at this, man. Expand has been able to catch up with Visionaries. Now just 3 points between them and the 3rd spot. Once again, the best performing team of the day has been the Malaysian champs, and they have been climbing up so quietly, inconspicuous. They are definitely going to be a threat on the days of the grand finals, I have to say. Even in the group stage in itself, without showing up much in terms of ferocious activity out there on the battlefield, they are one of the highest fraggers. In fact, they are the 2nd team with the most number of eliminations, but they need an extra 20 if they want to match up to Farang. I'm pretty sure that is going to be the name of the game, but more towards the finals for themselves. Down towards the lower end of the table here, you can see No Life. Even though they did perform very, very well, they could not outperform SL Riders, who did pick up the previous booyah. So once again, Neptune, when that heat gets turned up under your bum, you definitely can find the performance out of somewhere. I hope the teams clearly see this and they give us exactly what we are looking for tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. And a team that really needs to move up as well is Todak, because, well, the brand itself, I know the players are different. They're not the old Todak, but we know the caliber of the Todak right now. They have a chance to really move themselves up in this matchup and reach that top 12. Imagine Freedom Rumble, who has been taken down 2 times with 0 points, is still on the top 12. So that really proves to show that you might fall down in some of the battle, but you can always get back up stronger and you'll be able to reach your goal.
Absolutely, man. AB Radicals on the right-hand side of the overall leaderboard does not fare the brand well at all. This does not look like the past MCPS champions at this point of time. They need to hustle, and they're very close to relegation. If they do not make great plays at the start of tomorrow, they are going to be in a lot of trouble, Neptune.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, a lot of trouble indeed. 10th place right now, and a lot of teams are doing the catch-up game, and only 4 matches for that last day. 4 matches per day, 4 days of battle, shorten out all the warm-up that is needed by a team that can really weed out those teams that will not adjust, will not be good enough to face the world in a World Series.
Clearly, Access Esports has a new manager or someone on board, because the approach to the competition seems very different from the past times we've seen them. And I've got no information. This is just a theory off the top of my head, right? Because first of all, it's the Frankenstein squad. They went out, they went shopping, they picked, key players. They even brought Xroy in here from Expand, and they know the scene. They clearly know the scene really, really well. The strategic approach towards the final circle has been working out in their favor. They are one of the top 10 teams for sure. And later on in the grand finals, I'm expecting this team to make a lot of noise. I mean, we are just seeing the growth of the scene overall, and the level, the quality just keeps getting up every single season, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. And well, there's a lot of things that we've seen so far that we were not expecting, and that is great, because a lot more surprises will be happening all throughout this competition. But the sad part is, AJ, for some of the teams, tomorrow is the last day and they need to put in a lot of effort. But this is the end of the day, AJ, and we have to bid the viewers out there good night. Again, thank you very much for all the support. Once again, I am Neptune the Gem and Gaming. Together with me is my brother, Mustachio AJ. Thank you, good night, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow.
SL Riders, I want to see you tomorrow.
Killing spree. Triple kill.